My story. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Elmer Boydon Quintana.
Thank you, Chris. Baka mahulog. Magandang umaga. Good morning to everybody, both present here at the venue and those who are present online. Shout out to Dr. Cheryl Morales, missing you already. And shout out to my friends from Elohio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology. They have paper presentation in the coming days, later in the afternoon and then tomorrow as well. I'm truly very happy to be with you today. Not to deliver a speech, but to share with you my journey and my story, not the personal ones, but on collaborative leadership. But first, before I proceed, I would like to thank the organizers of the Second Globe Summit on Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management for inviting me over to be part of, to be one of the keynote speakers. It is truly an honor, and for that, I would always be grateful. Okay, what else? Before we proceed, now let's talk. Okay, let us talk. What is collaborative leadership? According to Gron in 2022, it is a leadership. If you notice, ladies and gentlemen, I truly highlighted those big words so it will be easy for us to understand because I am sure you are not alien to this. You are not. That's why I just have to tell you my story because you have your own stories to tell. Okay, it is a leadership style that encourages collective influence.
Ang may
Part
problema sa laptop ko. Sira
That's
lang kung
okay.
nagano sa
You can fix that problem in your laptop. Just take it easy.
Oh,
I mean, it
oh.
happens. It happens all the time. All the time. It is part of a live presentation that all this happens, you know. And then participative is there, co-creation of solutions among multiple actors. That is according to Gron in 2022. Next, please. The next definition, as I conducted my little research, would be, according to Ospina and Folge in 2021, collaborative leadership is where leaders and stakeholders work together across boundaries through shared decision-making and joint action. Next slide, please. The third meaning, you might be wondering, we will have a lot of threes because 3 is my lucky number. I don't know, I just believe in that. Dynamic relational process that involve shared influence, joint decision making, and collective accountability. That is in 2024, according to Ulpien, Marion, and McKelvey. Very interesting definitions, very clear, very loud, very big words such as collective, participative, shared co-creation. It only goes to show that it definitely beats the I'm the boss, do what I say model. That would be gone. That would be gone because collaborative leadership is here to stay. But another interesting fact that happened to me during the course of my research for this storytelling is a video on TED Talk. TED Talks, and it's in the channel that I came across with that has a title, A Guide to Collaborative Leadership. And I told myself, well, this is perfect. This is a perfect way for me to share to my audience what collaborative leadership is all about. And the speech was delivered by Miss Lorna Davis. And just to give everybody a backgrounder who Lorna Davis is, Lorna Davis has a long track record as a successful executive in 7 countries in 5 continents. She has a degree in anthropology and psychology, and a corporate background in marketing. She has been running large businesses since 1997. And in her TED Talk, she mentioned about, very interestingly, about heroic leadership and interdependent leaders. She also mentioned three big differences. Even Lorna believes in the lucky number three. Okay? Let us identify these three differences. Number one, according to Lorna, a hero sets a goal that can be individually delivered and neatly measured. Interdependent leadership, on the other hand, start with a goal that's really important, but it is actually impossible to achieve by one company or by one person alone. Number two difference is that leaders' willingness to declare the goals before having a plan. The heroes only reveal their carefully crafted goals when the path to achieving it is clear. In fact, the role of the hero announcement is to set the stage for the big win. Diba? Across when they fly in their letter in their chest. Interdependent leaders, however, on the other hand, want other people to help them. So their announcements are often an invitation to co-create, and sometimes they are call for help. And number three, heroes see everyone as a competitor or as a follower. Heroes don't want input because they want to control everything, because they want the credit. Interdependent leaders, on the other hand, understand that they need other people. Miss Lorna Davis, thank you so much for this very enlightening insights. And then after creating all this research materials, everything just dawned on me. Everything just flashed back. I suddenly remembered my stint in the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, or we call it in the Philippines PAGCOR, where I served as an assistant vice president for entertainment, and then later on got promoted to vice president, handling 3 departments. PAGCOR, or the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, is a government-owned and operated corporation in charge of regulating and operating the gaming industry in the country. It operates the Casino Filipino brand. It is one of the top 3 contributors in the Philippines Nation Building Project. I never knew before what these big words are. Collaborative leadership, shared leadership, not even interdependent leadership. But when realized that even before I knew the appropriate terminologies, we were actually practicing it. And now looking back, I can confidently say that collaborative leadership truly works. And when it does, it's pretty amazing. Believe me. Now, I'm here to tell you again 3 projects that I ventured into when I was in PAGCOR that would support my claim that collaborative leadership truly works. The first one is, we call it the Celebrity Slots for Charity Challenge. What is that? This is where celebrities from the Philippines, both in the music, acting, and other personalities in the Philippines, gather in a Casino Filipino venue to play the slot machine, and whoever gets the highest winnings at the end of a time period gets to keep their winnings and get to donate to their chosen charity. Okay? This was honestly groundbreaking. the entertainment department, the marketing department, and the slot machine department at the Casino Filipino teamed up for the first time ever. It has never happened. Nobody had tried bringing these three distinct teams together before. We tapped into everyone's different skills and know-how, and wow, did it pay off. Beyond just raising money for charity, you could feel the new energy and the new teamwork that was not there before. Truly, it worked. The next project that I'll be sharing with you based on my story is the ISO 9001 certification. It is no joke. Some of my friends here are handling ISO certification in school right now, back in Iris, and it is no joke. It is no joke. I'm sure everybody's nodding yes. ISO certification is no joke. You can all understand where I am coming from. It was a huge undertaking. Every department and several of the Casino Filipino branches had to undergo. And it was under my watch because that time, one of the three departments that I was handling was corporate planning department. So everything fell on my lap. It was not easy. PAGCOR and Casino Filipino never ventured for ISO quality management certification before, and truly, we were in uncharted territories. But through genuine collaboration and everyone buying in the same vision, believe it or not, no matter how difficult it was, we nailed it. Casino Filipino became the first casino in the Philippines with an ISO 9001 certification. And up to today, it started actually back in 2010, 2011, and up to today, 2025. PAGCOR is still keeping it updated, which shows there is success in collaboration. And the last project that I'd like to share with you and that I am very proud of as part of PAGCOR that time was the PAGCOR Corporate Social Responsibility. In all fairness, PAGCOR has touched so many lives, so many Filipino lives. And during my stint there, I really feel so proud. If you want to see a different collaborative leadership, look at PAGCOR CSR work. We've partnered with government units, local barangays, and community groups, each bringing their own unique perspective to the table. By breaking down silos and making decisions together, PAGCOR has really established its name as the leading nation-building ally of the Philippine government. And what is the common thread? Real collaborative leadership. When everyone contributes, when everyone shares ideas, and when everyone works towards shared goals, amazing things happen. And that is the magic of collaborative leadership. That is the magic of collaboration in a nutshell. Now, let me leave you with 3 points as my takeaway. The first one is the symphony of souls across borders. Let everyone be like different instruments, playing their own tune, but producing one beautiful music. Some of you may play the violin, some may play the flute. My good friend JP can play the organ here. I'd rather play the organ. I play it well. And then different instruments, one beautiful music, a symphony. A symphony of beautiful melody is produced. The second one, the silent struggle for connection. It was actually mentioned earlier when Sir Chris was discussing about collaboration and building, let us build a bridge while standing on it. When people share the same vision, find ways, providing the shared dreams, I mean, we can overcome pretty much everything that is supporting each other. And the third takeaway that I'd like to leave everyone listening is at the heart of humanity's collective dream. Let people, or let each person add their story, their sacrifices, their late nights, and somehow it becomes more than just the sum of what we put in. It becomes the power of collaborative leadership. So let me end my storytelling with a very special, how would I say it? I was surprised for everybody. Filipinos just love to sing. I'm so sorry about that. We will be doing a short karaoke or a short video that I prepared. Uh, can we flash the lyrics, please? I'm serious. I call it the collaboration song, but is the material ready? We have a -1 material that I specially requested for this event. I just wish that did you play the -1? Yes. I'm sorry? Do you have the file? I have a backup USB. I'm ready. Do you have that? See? Just look for the material.
True leader is always prepared.
Ah. I think there are 3 files there. One PDF, one PPT, and the other one is for the -1. That's for backup. In the heart of the city, where dreams intertwine, we're building a future. Your hand in mine. Voices rising like a symphony, loud and clear. Together we're stronger. Let go of the fear. And then the refrain would come in. I would say, Kawi. Sige, we'll just wait for there. And then, can you still show the lyrics? Everybody should sing. There. And then that's it. And then we can start with the program proper. Just play. Yes. And then just play, please, -1. Yes. Never mind, just play the music, I'll just sing it. Okay. In the heart of the city, where dreams intertwine, we're building a future. your hand in mine. Voices rising like a symphony, loud and clear. Together we're stronger. Let go of the fear. Collaboration will light up the night. Every spark ignites. Together we'll fight hand in hand. Reach for the sky. United we stand. Let our spirits rise. Can we increase the volume a bit? In the heart of the city, with dreams intertwined, we're building a future, your hand in mine. Voices are rising like a symphony, loud and clear. Together we're stronger. Let go of the fears. Collaboration will light up the night. Every spark ignites. Together we'll fight hand in hand. We'll reach for the sky. United we stand. Let our spirits fly. Let our spirits fly. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you so much.
Wow. What can I say? Thank you so much, Sir Bong, for such a beautiful, beautiful speech. It's really inspiring. And, being a leader is not easy. I'm sure all of you here would agree. And to hear such amazing journey, I mean, being a vice president is not an easy task to do. Even though I haven't experienced it, but based on his story, he made it so easy. But mind you guys, it's never easy to lead such a large group of people because PAGCOR in the Philippines is a big thing. It is not just a simple gaming group or whatsoever. It is like the top organization in terms of gaming and entertainment in the Philippines. And to have Sir Bong as our keynote speaker for today is truly such an honor and an inspiration for all of us. And he's a great singer. I mean, Filipinos, come on, Filipinos, mag-ingay, let's clap our hands. In the Philippines, singing is a big deal. You can never joke about singing in the Philippines. It's always a grand finale every day. Let your spirits fly. Well, if 99% of the Filipinos can sing, I'm definitely part of the 1% who cannot. So, but it's okay. Y- You know, you can never have it all. No, kidding aside, congratulations, Sir Bong, and of course, our guest speaker as well, Sir Mel. It's truly an honor to have you both here with us today. Thank you for gracing us with your presence and for sharing your stories about leadership and hospitality and tourism management. Can we please give them a warm round of applause? Truly, truly deserving. Maraming salamat po. And at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Second Globe Summit Session 1. Before we officially start the presentations, I would like to inform everyone that you will be given 10 minutes of your presentation. So it's time to do the real business here. It's the technical session number 1. Once again, everyone will be given 10 minutes to present. For our virtual presenters, you may opt to present live or play your pre-recorded presentation just in case your internet connectivity can't sustain the challenge, right? Because it can be tricky at times. When you need it the most, it's gonna betray you, especially in the Philippines. Now, kidding aside, the Philippines is getting better when it comes to internet. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Hopefully. And of course, today for our technical session one, we will be joined by our panel of reactor. I think he's no longer a panel because he's all alone today. Let's welcome Professor Tom Denigan from Churchill Institute of Higher Education, Australia. Can you please rise, sir, as our panel of reactor for today? The reactor for today. There you have it. That's Sir Tom, fresh from Australia, right? Such a long flight to come here. But thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. And setting the tone for our first session and guiding us through the discourse ahead, we are proud to welcome the CCS Research Project Head of Eulogio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology, Philippines, who will serve as our session chair. So please help me in welcoming Professor Jefferson Costales.
Thank you, Sir Chris. Okay. Good day to all delegates, presenters, and fellow professionals. So, it's a privilege to welcome you to these sessions where ideas meet insight and research drives the future of tourism and hospitality. In today's fast-moving world, leadership in our industry is no longer just about managing operations. It's about vision, a vision that embraces innovation, sustainability, and inclusive growth. And at the heart of that vision is research. Research is how we understand evolving traveler behavior. It's how we improve service quality, promote sustainability, and spark innovation. It's not just a tool, it's a strategic necessity. As a session chair, I encourage each of you to listen actively, ask bold questions, and think about how today's insights can shape tomorrow's actions. Let's make these sessions not just informative, but transformative. Now, a quick reminder, each presenter has 10 minutes. Virtual presenters may present live or opt for playback of their pre-recorded sessions. With that, let's begin. Please join me in welcoming our first presenter for this session one. Sir Chris, for starting for the first presenter. Okay, so for the first presenter, okay, so here, from Yola Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology, the presenter is Dr. Maria Roda Di Dinaga, titled Redefining Philippine Tourism, Innovative Strategies for Sustainable Development and Global Competitiveness. So, Dr. Dinaga.
Good morning, everyone. The research that I would be presenting for today is entitled Redefining Philippine Tourism, Innovative Strategies for Sustainable Development and Global Competitiveness. So tourism is usually bombarded with different problems, and specifically in the Philippines, we faces challenges like overcrowded hotspots, overlooked rural areas, and lack of technological integration. So this is the reason why the researchers have decided to study this kind of research. And then we would like to introduce also the Tourist Tour, an itinerary app for Manila that uses the following. It uses Dijkstra's algorithm for route optimization. And the number 2, collaborative filtering for personalized suggestions. And number 3, reinforcement learning for continuous improvement. So the app usually aims to enhance tourist experiences, then distribute visitors more evenly, reduce travel time and congestion, and support data-driven tourism planning. Overall, it offers an AI-powered solution for sustainable and competitive tourism in the Philippines. For the methodology, this particular research had utilized qualitative synthesis, the evaluation of AI based on itinerary apps and how to enhance tourism infrastructure. And number 2, it utilizes also quantitative techniques, the incorporation of statistics performance measure. And then it has a case reference that serve as a baseline. It is a case for smart system implementation in tourism. Using the Tourist Tour application as a case, the research applies the following methods with the use, of course, of MSE or mean squared error, weighted mean, Likert scale, and rating matrices. This is in order to evaluate performance and user feedback. The goal is to enhance tourism through smarter database decision making. As for the result of the study presents the Tourist Tour application, which uses a simplified road network of Manila with nodes. So example for this are the places like Santa Mesa and Sampaloc, and edges representing roads with travel data. So the Dijkstra's algorithm is applied in order to generate optimal roads, visualized through the system-generated maps. A real-time user feedback gathered in a rating matrix, I suppose, and highlights user experiences and improvement suggestion for landmarks like LRT station. So a collaborative filtering model personalized recommendations based from or on the user preferences that matches with similar user using cosine similarity. The K-fold cross-validation was used to evaluate model performance, yielding an average of MSE of 1.0844. And that is equivalent, as you can see in the graph, it has a result of 93.22% accuracy. So visual tools such as accuracy gauges and comparison charts with LOOCV or leave out one cross validation show in order to show the strong model reliability and adaptability even with the small data sets. So as for the conclusion, we can see that it is an AI-driven tourism innovation. So the the Tourist Tour app showcases how AI can enhance tourist experiences and promote sustainable tourism in the Philippines. It has also a strong model accuracy based from the result because it achieved 93.22% accuracy through reinforcement learning and k-fold validation of MSE, equivalent to 1.0844. So as part of the recommendation, it is indeed recommended that our government has to take some action, especially in investing a smart infrastructure and digital inclusivity in order to support technological-based tourism growth. And for the future apps enhancement, a dynamic itinerary planning for personalized travel. It is also a user reviews and photo uploads in order to boost the engagement of the user. And lastly, it is a community interaction in order to enrich user experience and local relevance. And for the last conclusion, I should say a follow-up study may be conducted in order to validate the result of this study. So again, I'd like to thanks everyone. And with that, thank you.
Thank you to our first presenter, this Dean Maria Roda Dinaga. Let's give her a warm round of applause, please. Our next presenter's paper is entitled Community Engagement in Promoting the Implementation of Pawikan Conservation Center in San Narciso, Zambales, Philippines. Please welcome our virtual presenter, Professor Juan Asuncion Jr. Good morning, sir. Is he?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Sir Christopher.
Good morning, sir. Are you presenting live or should we play your pre-recorded presentation?
Sir Christopher.
Yes, sir. We are seeing your screen here.
Sir,
at
is
the-
my Sir Christopher, is my presentation is visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible, sir. You may proceed.
Sir Christopher, no? So I'm audible, sir. Sir
Yes,
Christopher?
sir. Yes,
Okay.
yes. Sir, can you please turn on your camera so we can see you here on site?
Yes, sir.
Can you please turn on your camera, sir?
Ah. Yes, sir. Sir, can I proceed, sir? Sir Christopher?
Yes, sir. You may proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Mabuhay. My research presentation entitled Community Engagement in Promoting the Implementations of Pawikan Conservation Center in San Narciso, Zambales, Philippines. My biographical statement. Abstract. The endangered pawikan has the potential to endorse environmental awareness and has the power to assist the growth of ecotourism. This study aimed to determine community engagement in promoting the implementations of Pawikan Conservation Center in San Narciso, Zambales, Philippines. a survey questionnaire was utilized in gathering data. The findings revealed that the respondents were female students in their early middle age. There was a significant difference on community engagement in promoting the implementations of Pawikan conservation in terms of policy when respondents were grouped according to sex and age, while no significant difference in terms of resources when respondents were grouped according to sex, age, and category. The Department of Tourism may consider hosting awareness events such as beach cleanups and Pawikan release ceremonies to engage the community and foster a sense of stewardship towards Pawikan and their habitats. Introduction. Some of the wild of vertebrates have played an important role in our daily lives, but are hardly encountered, so they can easily be overlooked and prized only for their meat. As the field of tourism and hospitality is involved, extinction is not concerned for people who are ignorant about endangered species, preoccupied more their individual needs, such as persons are only after satisfactions of such, sometimes at the expense of endearment of other creatures, need bring the Department of Education indirectly into the picture. It is this light that the researchers attempted to assist PCC by replacing the materials with better ones through a study that looks at how it could be done more strategically and more durable and environmental friendly. Ones can be funded by online site that will encourage donations by educating people more effectively and Pawikan conservation. The municipality of San Narciso, Zambales, Philippines is facing issues in the implementations of endangered species protection programs of the Pawikan Conservation Center. This study explore specifically community involvement on the issue.
Sir,
Methodology.
Sir, I'm so sorry to cut off. Apologies.
Yes, sir.
Can you please make your presentation full screen so we
Okay,
can
okay.
see your slides?
Sir?
There. Thank you so much, sir. You may proceed. Apologies
thank
for the interruption.
Okay. So methodology, the research method use procedure and techniques, populations, and sample data gathering, instrument and the appropriate statistical instruments of data gathering in order to answer the specific problems from the previous chapter. The research design, the study utilized the quantitative approach and the descriptive survey research methodology. Survey research means collecting information about a group of people by asking them questions and analyzing the results according to Macambas 2020. These types of research allows for a variety of methods to recruit participants, collect data, and utilize various methods of instrumentations. The researchers submitted the questionnaire to the research advisor and it was approved together with the panels. The gathering of the questionnaire was done after a week. After the retrieval, the result was subjected to statistics to get the frequency and percentage distribution, weighted mean, ANOVA, test, and Likert scale. Respondents and locations. The respondents of the study comprised the 128 respondents of the study representing different categories of people and communities such as professionals and students. The study was conducted in San Narciso, Zambales, Philippines. Research instrument. The main instrument in gathering data in this study was a survey questionnaire. The first part of the questionnaire focused on determining the profile of the respondents in terms of sex, age, and category. The second part determined the community involvement in sustaining and promoting the implementations of endangered species protection programs of Pawikan conservation in San Narciso, Zambales, Philippines in terms of preservations, policy, resources, and awareness. The surveyed questionnaire was subjected to validations by the experts, comments and suggestion was incorporated, and pilot testing was followed. Results and discussions. The computed p-value for sex or 0.198 and category 0.713 were greater than 0.05 alpha level of significance. Hence, the null hypothesis is accepted. Therefore, there is no significant difference on community involvement in sustaining and promoting the implementations of endangered species, protection programs of the Pawikan Conservation in terms of awareness when respondents are grouped according to category. On the other hand, the p-value for age 0.025 was less than 0.05 alpha level of significance. Therefore, the null hypothesis is rejected and that there is significant difference on community involvement in sustaining and promoting the implementations of endangered species protection programs of the Pawikan Conservation in terms of awareness, whereas respondents are grouped according to age. The result denotes that the community involvement in sustaining, promoting implementations of endangered species protection programs of Pawikan Conservation in terms of awareness differs as to respondents' age, while no substantial statistically detected difference in terms of respondents' sex and category. Conclusions. Based on the foregoing results of the study, the researcher concluded that 1. The respondents are female students and their early middle age. 2. The respondents were highly involved in sustaining and promoting implementations of Pawikan conservations in San Narciso, Zambales, Philippines. 3. There was significant difference on the community involvement in sustaining and promoting the implementations of endangered species protection programs of the Pawikan Conservation in terms of policy when respondents are grouped according to sex and age. Significance in terms of awareness as to age, while no significant difference in terms of preservation and resources when respondents are grouped according to sex, age, and category. Recommendations. In view of the conclusions of the study, the following are recommended. The national government may consider in providing necessary support and resources to community in order to maintain sustainable efforts for Pawikan conservation in San Narciso, Zambales, Philippines. 2. The national government encouraged to enforce regulation to prohibit harmful activities such as poaching, habitat destructions, and pollutions in areas critical to Pawikan survival with strict penalties for violations. 3. The community is encouraged to implement nest protection measures such as setting up protected barriers around nesting sites and deploying surveillance equipment necessary to sustain and promote Pawikan conservation and tourism. 4. The Department of Tourism may consider hosting awareness events such as beach cleanups, Pawikan release ceremonies, and conservation team festivals to engage the community and foster a sense of stewardship towards Pawikan and their habitats. The appendix, the survey questionnaire. Thank you. That's all, sir. Christopher.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. So for the third presenter, the topic is navigating climate resilience, the role of climate adaptability in shaping tourism GDP. So the presenter is Dr. Siddharth Jain, is online, right?
Yes, hello.
So yeah, hello. Good morning. So are you ready, sir? So you
Yes,
may
I'm certainly
begin
ready.
you may share your presentation. So
Yeah.
good luck. Okay, thank you, sir. You may proceed now.
Yeah, sure. Uh, Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this excellent opportunity to present my research. First and foremost, I would like to thank my co-authors. My co-authors on this research project are Dr. Saeed and Dr. Richard. Dr. Richard is present online. He's virtually collaborating here. from Sydney. Can I just request him to say hello to everyone, please?
Hello, everybody, and thank you, CA Siddharth. And I am enjoying the presentation, and I'm sure we will all take back a lot from it, a lot of useful things. Our team is already there, and I wish all the presenters the very best of luck. I'm with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, without taking much time, because we have got a very limited time slot, I would like to briefly explain about our research. In this research paper, we are trying to examine the impact of climate adaptability on tourism GDP. Now, I hope most of the attendees have gone through the abstracts and the brief description about the research. So we all know that climate change has been impacting tourism, and there has been a lot of research around this. I have just done some survey and I have discovered that more than 700 research papers have been published in past 2 decades, highlighting the impact of climate change on tourism. Definitely, as climate change is actually impacting various aspects of tourism, there is a deep concern that how these industries will be impacted and economies which are deeply integrated with tourism will be impacted going forward. Now, what we have discovered that there are some research gaps. First and foremost, majority of the research is actually focused on select developed economies. Like majority of the data is coming from the US, the European countries, and China, of course. What about developing economies? When we talk about tourism, developing economies are much more relying on tourism industries. And it is important that we also figure out that what is the impact of climate change on developing economies and on the tourism of developing economies. Secondly, what we have discovered that majority of the research is focusing on the impacts of climate change on the tourism industry. But what about climate adaptability? We all know that climate change is actually having a massive impact on the tourism sector, but there are efforts and initiatives where we are trying to mitigate the impacts of climate change. This is what we are referring to climate adaptability. What is the impact of climate adaptability on tourism GDP is something which is still missing from the broader research in this domain. In our research, we are trying to address these issues. First and foremost, we are taking into account ND Gains Index. It is actually an index which is produced by Notre Dame University on an annual basis, and it actually takes into account not only the vulnerability of different economies, but also the preparedness around climate change. What it allows us to capture is climate adaptability. Those economies which are better prepared to address the challenges emerging from climate change are given a better score. We try to capture that are there any positive impacts of this climate adaptability on the tourism sector of different economies. So this is one of the research contributions what we are making through this research paper. Secondly, we are not only focusing on select economies. We are taking into account a panel of 37 countries. We have got developed economies, we have got developing economies, and we are trying to contrast that what is the impact of climate adaptability not only on developed economies, but also developing economies. This adds significant value, as I have already said, that developing economies are more likely to be relying on tourism industry for their own economic growth, economic sustainability. Now, in this research, we are not only focusing on the combined panel of all 37 countries, but we segregate our data in developed and developing economies, and we try to see this relationship. We try to model this relationship. Now, this is our base model. I'm just presenting it in a very simple manner so that everybody can actually understand what we're trying to do. We're trying to see the impact of not only climate adaptation, but also controlling the effect of some of the most prominent variables which influence tourism GDP. Using with the help of Dr. Richard and Dr. Saeed, we have done we are trying to complete our literature review, and we have found that uncertainty, real exchange rate, and GDP growth are some of the most important factors which influence tourism GDP. So we are controlling for these variables, and we are trying to figure out what is the impact of climate adaptation on tourism GDP. For our analysis, we have specifically chosen the period of 2010 to 2019. As we all know that tourism is highly impacted by economic shocks and and definitely pandemics like COVID-19, we saw that the tourism GDP dried completely. We wanted to specifically focus on the period when everything is relatively calm. Trying to capture these shocks might be very difficult in our research. And more importantly, when we talk about tourism GDP data, it starts from 2009, right? So we have purposely selected a period of 2010 to 2019 when things are calm, and we have been able to avoid economic and health crisis, which we have seen in the past 1.5 decades. And that's the reason why we have specifically used the period of 2010 to 2019 so that we can focus that how climate adaptability will influence tourism GDP. This is the descriptive statistics of our variables of interest. So we have actually segregated it as full sample, developed economies, and developing economies. We have segregated our data as developed and developing using the United Nations classifications of data, classification of countries. And as you can see that we have got some 26 countries which are actually classified as developing and the remaining as developed. Now, to proceed with our methodology, first and foremost, we have conducted a unit 2 root test. It is important that we identify whether our data is, our variables are stationary at level or first difference. As you can see on the table, we have undertaken multiple tests to identify the stationarity of our variables. And you will notice that not all our variables are stationary at first difference, right? So uncertainty, GDP growth have are stationary at level, while other variables are stationary at first difference. If you talk about developed and developing data sets, you will notice that there is a problem in stationarity. So to proceed with our analysis, we have chosen panel ARDL model. Panel autoregressive distributed lag model has this is capable of handling variables which are stationary at level or first difference in the same estimation. More importantly, it also actually produces results about the long-term relationship and the short-term relationship between the variables, which actually adds significant value to the analysis. As you might notice that in this output, we have got something called error correction term. The error correction term needs to be negative and statistically significant so that we can establish co-integration among our variables. Most importantly, you will notice that the error correction term is negative and statistically significant only for our full sample and developing countries. This shows that climate adaptability plays an important role. It plays an important role in developing economies, but possibly developed economies are not impacted by climate adaptability efforts, right? Specifically, tourism GDP is not impacted in developed economies by their efforts in climate adaptation. Most importantly, I would like to show that in a full sample, a 1% increase in climate adaptation will improve tourism GDP by 0.489%, right? This is better in developing economies. A 1% improvement in climate adaptability will improve tourism GDP in developing economies by 0.535%. The results are statistically significant at 1% level. As expected, we also see that uncertainty has a negative impact on tourism GDP. A 1% increase in uncertainty reduces tourism GDP on an aggregate basis by 0.188%. However, in developing economies, it is also having a negative and a statistically significant role.
Sir, I will request you to hold a bit. We are running with some internet issues.
Okay.
Just for 1 minute.
Sure. Please let me know when everything is sorted. I'll start.
Hello?
Yeah.
Ah, there you go. Yeah,
Okay,
you may
awesome.
proceed, sir. Apologies for the interruption. We're
Okay.
having a technical difficulty on site. Thank you so much for understanding.
Yeah, sure. Just let me know when everything is sorted and I'll recommence.
Yes, sir. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So these are our results. I'll simply conclude our findings without taking much time. As you might notice that climate adaptation is actually playing a significant role in tourism GDP. A full sample actually exhibit that. Specifically model A, which is actually using the entire data set of where we are actually trying to model the impact on both developed and developing economies. It shows that a 1% improvement in climate adaptability improves tourism GDP by 4.89%. We couldn't find a significant relationship between climate adaptation and tourism GDP for the data set, which only evaluates developed economies. But our model is statistically significant when we are considering developing economies. For developing economies, a 1% improvement in climate adaptation will improve tourism GDP by 5.35%. Now, these findings are really important, specifically as developing economies are constrained by finance, specifically finance into green technologies or climate adaptation, right? So actually, our results are suggesting that if economies focus on improving their climate adaptation, they will benefit specifically in terms of improved tourism GDP. This is all what I wanted to discuss. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We're very close to finishing our research paper and we hope to get it published. We are open for feedback. Please let us know if there is something which we can do to improve our research project. You can also directly email any of us. You have our email addresses here. Thank you very much. And please let me know if you have any questions.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Sida. So, moving forward, we proceed to session for the fourth presenter. The topic is Australia, the land down under, fostering indigenous, aboriginal, and Torres Strait Islander traditional culture in Australian tourism. Presenter Martha Hendra. So, can you hear us?
Sir, yeah, so sorry to cut off. I think we'll pause for a while because the things are getting heated here. We need to work on our technical connection first before we proceed. So for the meantime, we will be having a 15-minute coffee break before we proceed to Miss Martha's presentation afterwards. So you may check out our coffee outside and for our snacks, and then we'll reconvene after 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I hope you have enjoyed our short coffee break. And this time we will resume with our technical session one. But before that, I would like to inform everyone and encourage everyone to participate on this. So on your folder inside, there's two QR codes there. So the first QR code, this one is for the Academia Research Lab Google review. And then the second code is for the Academia Research Lab Facebook page. So we encourage everyone to please visit our official Facebook page. You may give it a like and you can check the posts and updates from our team right there. Thank you. And also on our IDs, there's another QR code. If you will be needing a certificate of attendance or the certificate of attendance, you may scan this unique code for yourself and then you will be able to generate a certificate of attendance and then download it if you will be needing it. All right, so thank you. And to our presenters as well, we would like to remind everyone that there's an available hand sanitizer and alcohol on my left side, just to make sure after holding this mic as we are passing it from one person to another. So just to be safe, right? Right. So we shall resume with our technical session one. Please welcome back our session chair, Mr. Jefferson Castales.
Okay, thank you, Sir Chris. So to resume with again, we end session for the first to third presenter. So thank you for the presenting a while ago. Then now we move forward for the next presenter, for fourth presenter for the paper title, Australia, the Land Down Under, Fostering Indigenous, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Traditional Culture in Australian Tourism. So to be presented by Martha Hendra for face-to-face presentation.
Is facing the. Okay. Next slide, thank you. I think I am a very good representation of my homeland, Australia. Born of Hungarian migrant parents, married to a Chinese Indonesian, speaking quite a few languages, currently learning West African Pidgin, but extremely proud to be from the land down under. I would like to thank Dr. Sayed, my co-author, mentor, and very dear friend, as we move through this journey together, working towards my very first publication after many years of teaching. I'd like everyone to ponder what images come to mind when you consider Australia as a tourist destination. Kangaroos, opera house, koalas. Thank you. When international tourists arrive in Australia, they're immediately faced with a facade of enhanced modern Western culture. However, only a few will come to know and truly understand the very foundation of Australian culture, the traditional custodians of the land, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. When we arrive at Sydney Airport, are we greeted with any signs or representations of the Indigenous tourism that is awaiting our foreign travellers? At the crust of Australian society, representative of these Western democratic and multicultural values, lies our Indigenous culture. And through my presentation and then through my paper, I'm going to explore why it is important to maintain the sustainability of this beautiful traditional culture through the tourism industry. The lucky country, the land down under, as we are known. At the core of this lies one of the world's oldest cultures. Yet the existence of the Indigenous population and the significant contributions that it can make to the tourism industry is still very much a work in progress. No doubt we have very generous government grants. We have very generous business and economic community support. However, this cultural tradition, this very richness, which is still very much growing as part of the Australian tourism industry. The landscape of Indigenous tourism has changed since the late 1990s. Our pastoral mining industry has grown, providing community and economic support to Indigenous, providing employment opportunities. But for international visitors, of course, what is the primary motivator when visiting Australia? There is widespread interest in the beautiful traditional Indigenous arts, the cultural works that can be viewed, or Ayers Rock in our Northern Territory. And so when I asked you to think about what are the images, what are the tourist destinations that attract people to Australia, I was hoping that someone would mention Ayers Rock, the big red rock, the heart of our Indigenous culture. Social media. Many cultural and traditional protocols have been hindered simply because of the limited exposure coming through social media when visiting Australia. And here we have that perfect dichotomy between the ancient Indigenous and the more modern experience. Our beautiful barrier reef, Kakadu National Park, and of course the wonderful wildlife and also nightlife in Sydney and New South Wales. Accessible and sustainable. At the heart of Indigenous tourism is the preservation of the land, the relationship between man, land, and nature. Aboriginal art and craft, cultural displays, visiting a site, going on a tour with an Aboriginal guide, experiencing food, learning how to use sand art. These are just a few examples, but these are the very simple and beautiful examples which are not promoted nearly enough. The statistics are there, and I don't need to revise them or to reiterate them. There's no doubt that there has been a growing demand and a growing interest, but this still needs to be fostered with a lot of commitment, not only from government, business, but from within the Indigenous community itself. I recently spoke with a few young Australians who I put to them the very same question I did at the beginning of my presentation. And interestingly enough, many of them said that they have visited the Northern Territory with an Aboriginal guide, and how interested they were in that, and how social media has played its part in promoting that. But of course, these experiences are still very few, and they need to be promoted more significantly. From these statistics here, probably the most important one that I'd like to highlight is that it's not only an international tourism destination, but for Australians themselves. Because as you would know, marketing is based very much on the word of mouth. And there's no one to promote tourism and travel better than the Australians themselves. In conclusion, with the vast international audience captured today through social media, undoubtedly the most powerful tool, and as I mentioned, in terms of our individual experiences, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people need to be represented more and more. The very simple relationship that is represented through the experiences that we can share with them. I'd like to leave you with the thought that even though we have AI, technology, the world at our feet, at our doorstep, simply by using our smartphones, when we consider tradition and culture, and we consider the sacred sites, the sacred traditions, which have lived on with the Australian Indigenous for the longest period of time, that we need to incorporate, collaborate, and most importantly, foster. Welcome to country, and welcome to the land down under. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hendra. So going forward for the next presenter, it's actually virtual presenter. So the title is Influence of Online Reviews in Choosing Resort Occupancy of Tourists. The presenter is Eva Rosal Doropan. So, sir, ma'am, are you there ready? Okay. Can play. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm ready. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to present my topic entitled Influence of Online Reviews in Choosing Resort Occupancy of Tourists. You may take a look of my biography. This is the biography of my co-author. Mabuhay. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to present my topic entitled Influence of Online Reviews in Choosing Resort Occupancy of Tourists. You may take a look of my biography.
Nakulit. Ano nangyari?
This is the biography of my co-author. Okay, let me start with my abstract. The purpose of this study aims to investigate and assess the relationship between online reviews and resort occupancy in Iba Zambales, with a specific focus on only 5 prominent resorts. Design methodology or approach is study develop a research model and empirically examine the model by collecting data from resort owners, employees, and customer or guests of the resorts. A significantly negative relationship between negative online reviews and booking experience once identified, whereas impacts from positive online reviews upon booking experience were not statistically significant. Research limitations or implications is the major limitation of the study is that interrelationships among features of online reviews, which were discussed in other similar studies, were not considered. But still, this study benefited researcher from scrutinizing features of online reviews rather than several of them. The tourist respondents perceive that they always take time reading several online reviews before booking on a resort. And based on the responses of these participants, the researchers suggested the following recommendations. The resorts may consider to actively promote and display positive online reviews prominently on their websites and booking platforms. The resorts may monitor trends regularly in online reviews to identify shifts in guest preferences and concerns. Based on the foregoing results of the study, the researchers concluded that the majority of respondents are middle-aged local tourists who belong to middle-class monthly income. The tourist respondents always consider their booking experience and online reviews in choosing resorts. There was no significant difference on the influence of choosing resorts in terms of online reviews and booking experience. Okay. This is the background of my study. Online reviews have become increasingly important for businesses, especially those in the hospitality industry. They provided potential customers with an idea of what to expect from a particular hotel or resort. With the rise of online review platforms, customers could easily leave reviews of their experiences of hotels and resorts, which had a significant impact on the reputation and overall occupancy rates of the establishment. And as a result, many hotels and resorts had become increasingly concerned with managing their online reputation, ensuring that they receive positive reviews and high ratings. This had led to an increased focus on customer service and guest satisfaction, as well as the implementation of strategies aimed at encouraging customers to leave positive reviews. This is the objective of the study. The research provided insights into the resort industry in Iba Zambales, which informed the development of strategies to improve the competitiveness of local businesses. The insights gained from the research were relevant to other businesses that relied on customer reviews and feedback, such as restaurants, retail stores, and service providers. The findings of the study contributed to the food establishment, the owners, the employees, consumers, and the hospitality practitioners for the sustainability and growth of the establishment. This is the scope and limitations. This is the theoretical framework. And this is the conceptual framework. I use IPO process. And the process consists of survey, questionnaire, frequency, percentage, weighted mean, Likert scale, and ANOVA. This is my research design. Okay, on my table 1, which is the distribution of respondents. There are 3 columns, the name of resource, respondents, and the percentage. This is the table 2, the distribution of respondents of the influence of online reviews in choosing resort occupancy tourists. This is the data analysis. The results and discussions. This is the table 3. The table 4, perceived online reviews influencing tourists in choosing resorts. For table 5, this is the perceived booking experience influencing tourists in choosing resorts. Table 6, this is the summary on the perceived online reviews in influencing tourists in choosing resorts. For table 7, this is the analysis of variance to test difference on the influence of online review in choosing resorts when respondents are grouped according to profile variables. For table 8, this is the analysis of variance to test difference on the booking experience in choosing resorts when respondents are grouped according to profile variables. The conclusion here is based on the foregoing results of the study. The researchers concluded that the majority of respondents are middle-aged local tourists who belong to middle-class monthly income. The tourist respondents will always consider their booking experience and online reviews in choosing resorts. And there was no significant difference on the influence of choosing resorts in terms of online reviews and booking experience. In recommendations and in review of the conclusion of the study, the following are recommended. The resorts may consider to actively promote and display positive online reviews prominently on their websites and booking platforms. This is the appendix, Appendix A, or the data matrix profile respondents according to age. Another appendix, which is the monthly income. Another appendix, which is the mean of responses, perceived online reviews in influencing tourists in choosing resorts. Appendix, which has a booking experience. There are indicators, and there are from 1 to 4 at the total. This is my survey questionnaires for the Appendix B. Another appendix for 2.1. This is the letter that we use together with the other researchers. This is all for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, so for presenting. So moving forward for the next presenter, it's actually also a virtual online. So the title is Field Excursions as Pedagogical Tools in Tourism and Hospitality Higher Education Comprehensive Study. Yeah, so the presenter is Arakat Ferras. Okay, so can present it now.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi sir.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
Can
we
you
can
see
hear you.
my slides as well? I'm trying to share the slides. I'm not sure if you can see them. Let me just see if you can now. Yeah, for some reason, the internet connection was not very stable, and hopefully I can share the slides with you guys. Otherwise, I'm still happy to present it, even without slides, but hopefully they can work now. Let me just stop sharing and share it again, if you allow me to do so. Yeah, can you see it now? Hello? Excuse me, can you hear me and can you see my slides, please?
Yes, your slides are visible.
Okay, perfect. So thank you all for having me today and giving me the chance to present our project. Well, thanks to the organizers, and I would like to thank and extend my sincere thanks to Dr. Sayed Ahmed, a friend of mine who gave me the chance and for his valuable contribution in the research and wise advice during my research. So as you can see from the title, it's the research is Field Excursions as Pedagogical Tool in Tourism and Hospitality Higher Education, which is a comprehensive study. So a bit about myself. My name is Dr. Firas Orikat. I'm Jordanian, and that's why you might understand my accent, or you can call it my accident if you prefer. And about myself, I'm Jordanian. I came here to Australia maybe 10 years ago now, finished my PhD at Sydney University, and currently I teach at different Australian universities and organizations, including the University of Technology Sydney and International College of Management Sydney. Also, I work as a tour guide at the Quarantine Station, a heritage site in Mali. My co-authors, Miss Jin Lee, she's as well a lecturer in hospitality and tourism. She teaches at the International College of Management Sydney as well, and she has experience, more than 10 years experience in tourism, in hotel operations. And finally, Fifita Evans, who's a business consultant and a lecturer in hospitality as well. For more than 20 years, she's been teaching actually hospitality, especially bar mixology. So you can see my abstracts, and I'm not going to go through it in details because, I really like the keynotes that I forgot his name. I would refer to him as the person with the nice singing voice when he talk about the collaborative work. So please feel free after I finish my presentation. I'm just going to get the main ideas of my presentation today, but feel free to read the abstract. And if you have any comment, I will share my email address in the chat, and Dr. Sayed would be, kindly can share my email with you. And about collaboration, I'm more than happy to work with you. And I'm sorry that I couldn't make it to be there, because I was very excited to meet each one of you and develop network with you. And hopefully I see you the next Globe Summit. So before, as a researcher, I need to have a strong motivation before I start any research. And I would tell you about my motivation, why I did this research. So in the past 8 years, I took my students, my tourism and hospitality students, into field excursions in a place called the Hunter Valley region. My friends from Australia, maybe they are familiar with it. So the Hunter Valley region, it's famous for its wineries. They give tours about wildlife and the wine making process. So where my motivation came from, I've noticed some students before the excursion were very quiet, don't have much knowledge, but after the excursion, they developed knowledge, they start to be more active, They develop better relationship even with their classmates and their educators. And that's why we said, okay, we're going to talk about experiences. Honestly, my previous experience and my research, concerning visitors' experiences at religious heritage sites. And, recently I published a few book chapters about visitors' experiences in heritage sites. But this time, and because of this observation that I've noticed in the classroom, I said I want to discuss different type of experiences, but this time, experience of students who go on field excursions. And that's why I sat down with my co-authors and we decided that we need to investigate it further. So what's the research overview? We're going to see the effectiveness of field excursions and students' experiences. And then when we did our research, we found that most of the previous literature focused on field excursions as a pedagogical tool and how it enhances the experiential learning process, but almost very little research concerned with the cultural background or cultural influence on shaping visitors' experiences or students' experiences in the case of our research. So we considered it. We said we need to investigate from different lenses. We need to think about it, how the cultural background of students influence their experiences and their learning process at the destination. So we said we spent time actually trying to find a proper theoretical framework that can serve the purpose of our research, and we came across Kolb's theoretical framework. Maybe some of you guys are aware of or familiar with this concept. For those who don't, Kolb developed a framework. It's about the concrete experience, how we learn through experience. So he said that when you engage directly with hands-on experience with anything, whether you go to a tourist destination, heritage site, or a winery, you develop, you will have, connection to the site. You would learn something, you would reflect on that thing, and basically, or eventually, you would develop meaning. And when you develop meaning, you would use this situation in other similar situations, and you will learn, and you would gain knowledge about the concept. And that's why we decided to use Kolb's theoretical framework for this research, because what we do as well, we take students, you can see from the photos, we take students to wineries, we have professionals, we have tour guides who would be there and who would explain to them the winemaking process from A to Z, and then they would talk about practical sustainability practices at the site, and from there they would gain knowledge and understanding of the subject, because most of them study tourism, like tourism sustainability or biomixology as well. So the methodology. So and by the way, it's part of the limitations that we chose to have a non-probability sampling, undergraduate students who study tourism and hospitality, and who've been to the Hunter Valley region. And as I said, we just interviewed 11 students, and maybe in the future we can interview and do maybe mixed methodology to get more ideas and more perspectives on this matter. We divided our sample into 3 groups: local, which are Australians, of course, European and Asian students, and we used thematic analyses to analyze our respondents' feedback or our responses, let's say. So I will tell you about the general outcome that we have. We found that field excursions are a brilliant tool to maximize, students' knowledge about the topic. In our case, about the wine industry and about sustainability practices. They were more active, they were more engaged with classmates, and of course, the cross-cultural process during the field excursion was very, you can notice it, and you'd notice that students developed friendship and a network after the process. However, and interestingly, we found some differences amongst our 3 groups. Like, for local students, for Australians and Europeans, were very similar in their experiences. They both were, familiar. For Australians, and to be more specific, Australians were more keen to showcase their cultural identity. They were familiar with the experiential format. And they were more keen to develop connections with professionals and develop network. European students, interestingly, they had this idea of comparison. They keep comparing the winemaking process in Italy and France and European countries with the Australian winemaking process. And they were engaged, they asked more questions, and they were adaptable and more flexible, and they showed more integration with the classmates, excuse me. Asian students, on the other hand, when it comes to motivation, they were motivated by their parents and teachers to participate in the excursion. And I was surprised, why is that? So I did my research and found that many of them came from the Confucian culture, and they have a concept called kisao, and which is the fear of missing out. So they think that if I would have more marks if I go to an excursion, if I take notes and I be attentive, and this would help me to accomplish more marks. And this prevented them from what? Prevented them from having more better interaction with other classmates and to ask more questions. And, based on Kolb's theoretical framework, cross-cultural exchange would help you to retain the information that you get. So there are more differences between the three different cultures. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to go through all the details. I just bring up the main differences amongst these students. So again, when the key findings with the pre-excursion expectations relate to the motivation, some of them were motivated by fun, like local and European students, to develop network, to develop connections. Some were motivated by pushed by the parents and to meet the expectations of the teachers, like Asian students. During the excursion, as I mentioned, local and European students were more active in asking questions, and the post-excursion as well found that amongst all the three groups, by the way, they all were more relaxed in the classroom settings, and they had better retention of information after the hands-on experience of the field excursion. So about the implication and the conclusion, when you think about how would we maximize the visitor experience in school excursions, especially at tourist destinations, maybe to have culture responsive excursion planning needed, like for educators. And I'm sure that many of you are educators now or have the teaching experience. It's really important to understand the cultures of your group when you take them to a field excursion. And if you see someone who is silent, who is attentive, it doesn't mean that he's doing the right thing all the time. It's good in field excursion that he's attentive, he's taking notes, but it's more important to be engaged, to be more interactive, to ask questions, because this is how he or she would gain better understanding of the whole subject and the whole experience. Again, cross-cultural exchange is highly encouraged, and find strategies where you can mix students from different culture backgrounds, and and it's highly recommended that we have more studies about this subject. And again, all this information that I just presented to you, based on a small sample. Hopefully in the future I would extend my research, and hopefully one of you guys, whether those who face-to-face or those online, would be interested in my topic or interested in the field of visitors' experiences at religious heritage sites. Currently, I'm working in 2 projects, by the way, one related to dark tourism at the quarantine station, another one related to Blackheath Heritage Center. I know that Dr. Sayed is involved in them, and hopefully I can see new faces, and hopefully we can do something together. So appendix just here, you can see some photos there. I'm not there, usually I'm always, but I'm not sure my co-author didn't put my photo, but it doesn't matter. You can see my students, which I'm happy to show you. So thank you very much. Hopefully that I didn't go over time, and hopefully that you guys enjoyed my simple presentation.
Okay. Thank you you once again, Sir Ferraz, for your presentation. Okay,
Thank
so
you.
moving forward, so the next presenter, the title is reviving. For the next titles is that reviving mentor in terms of traditions, a path of cultural continuity and economic empowerment. Okay, so the presenter is Savitri Ika Devi Puspitazari. So can begin with the presentation. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Savitri Dewi Puspitasari. I'm from the Social Impact Department at PT Aman Mineral Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. Today, I'm honored to share a project very close to my heart titled Reviving Mantars, Weaving Traditions, a Path to Cultural Continuity and Economic Empowerment. This project bridges culture, youth, and entrepreneurship and bring new life to a fading tradition. I would like to share my presentation. Okay. Mantar is a beautiful highland village in West Sumbawa, famously known as the land above the clouds. Beyond its scenic beauty and paragliding views, it holds deep cultural significance as the center of Nesek, the traditional art of living. Unfortunately, this tradition is endangered. Only a few elderly members remain. The younger generation has grown detached from the practice. Weaving as identity. Weaving was once a full cycle process, planting cotton, spinning thread, and weaving textiles. Men and women were equally involved, and weaving was both economic and symbolic. But with modernization in the 1990s, industrial goods replaced handmade textiles, and the weaving tradition slowly disappeared. Today, we stand at a crossroads, whether to let it go or bring it back with a purpose. And for the methodology, to address this, we used a participatory action research or PAR approach, blending anthropology and direct community action. This included 3 passes, data collection for the first, and we interviewed 24 people and lived with the weavers to understand daily life and values. Second is like intervention. We organize skills training and creative workshop, and 3 evaluation through public exhibition and market testing. This ensured the process was grounded in a community voices and lived experience. For the results is we trained like a 20 local youth, most with no prior weaving knowledge. They learn how to use non-mechanical looms, or known as ATBM, how to design modern motifs based on local plants and objects, and how to brand and sell their products online. This wasn't just a revival, it was a redesign for the future. Exhibition and market impact. We have a 3-day weaving exhibition attended by over like 500 visitors. There were live weaving demos, storytelling, and product displays. We collected a feedback, observed purchasing behavior, and found a strong interest in the unique blend of tradition and innovation. Here are some of the motifs of young weavers created, especially in exploration of perspective. Every object holds unique perspective and intricate details. Each line, texture, and form can be transferred into a visual asset. In this exploration of perspectives, participants will select an object they've brought, photograph it, and sketch it on a paper. And there are 8 objects that they collected. And then next is like about the exploration of composition. In this composition exercise, we invite the participants, 20 youth from Mantар, to observe how motifs are arranged within a fabric design. A single motif unit can incorporate multiple images through techniques like repetition and reflection. The most common type of reflection found in motifs include vertical, horizontal, and combined vertical-horizontal reflection. And the motif were translated into textile products like scarves, bags, and the people pillow, a popular new item. And then between 2023 until 2024, the project generated over 153 million in revenue. We also help establish a formal community group called like Mantar Berseri, consists of 20 youth from Mantar, especially women. And it started with a simple structure, a chairperson, a secretary, and a treasurer. This foundational step supports independence and long-term sustainability. The goal is not independency, but empowerment. And in the conclusion, this study shows how culture and economic empowerment can go hand in hand. By combining traditional skills, preservation, the culture, youth energy, and entrepreneurial thinking, we revive an endangered heritage and turn it into a livelihood. And this effort supports gender equity, youth development, and local entrepreneurship while keeping culture alive. Okay, and thank you so much for your time and attention. Let's ensure tradition don't just survive but thrive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for the next presenter, it's online. So the topic is seeing ways to reduce tourism's carbon footprint in Thailand. So the virtual presenter is Zaira Adnan. So you may present. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm honored to present here today. Just let me share the PowerPoint. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Zaira Adnan. Today we will be discussing some ways through which carbon footprint through tourism sector can be reduced in Thailand. I've worked on this along with Dr. Syed Mahmood Ahmed, who also happens to be one of the organizers here. Thank you for the opportunity. Post-COVID, we have seen a surge in global tourism because people can finally go out of their homes now. And due to the ease in air travel, globally tourism has been booming. However, tourism comes with a cost. As per a report, global tourism accounts for 10% of the total carbon emissions, which is a huge percentage and needs to be addressed. Asian region particularly has been very popular recently for tourists, among tourists, because of the affordability and rich cultural heritage. Within Asian region, Thailand plays an important role in tourism. Thailand's economy relies heavily on tourism. Thailand has been a popular tourist destination in Asia due to its rich cultural heritage and the strong tourism infrastructure as well. In terms of the role of tourism in Thailand's economy, in 2024 alone, tourism sector contributed to almost 1.8 trillion baht. So Thailand needs to address issues in address the reduction of carbon footprint. What we are going to do today is just discuss what are the current strategies implemented by Thai government in ensuring sustainable tourism. What are the challenges faced by Thailand in implementation of those strategies? We would also briefly compare Thailand's strategies with that of its peer countries, namely Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia, that have also been they are also very popular tourist destinations within Asian region. We will end our discussion with some policy recommendations for reducing Thailand's carbon-related tourism-related carbon footprint. Thailand introduced biocircular green economy model, which is aimed at promoting sustainable tourism while reducing its carbon footprint. Biocircular green economy was introduced in 2021 mainly as post-pandemic economic recovery national strategy. In terms of tourism sectors, it entails a range of strategies that Thailand's government aims to implement. There are a few strategies listed over here. First of all, eco-friendly transportation. So encouraging use of eco-friendly transportation vehicles such as hybrid boats, electric vehicles, which can assist in reducing carbon emissions. Secondly, we have sustainable accommodation. So promoting and encouraging accommodations that use sustainable methods that use renewable energy sources. Also encouraging community-based tourism. By community-based tourism, we mean that local communities become an active part of the whole tourism process. Local communities host the visitors, the tourists, and they show them around. This way, cultural heritage is preserved and it also reduces the environmental impact. This model also introduced some carbon offset programs, such as Thailand Greenhouse Gas Management Organization, Phuket Krabi Zero Carbon Initiative. The Phuket Krabi Zero Carbon Initiative is basically a collaboration between Tourism Authority of Thailand and other research organizations that have introduced various initiatives such as Zero Carbon app, which helps tourists track their carbon footprint. They also introduced Greenleaf Foundation and some carbon neutral travel packages. Thailand's government is also aiming to introduce some carbon credit schemes to provide initiatives to businesses to reduce their carbon footprint. All in all, these policies seem very strong and the strategies seem to be efficient, but the problem remains in the implementation. A study by Adivian et al. So we reviewed a few papers that discuss the challenges and implementation of these strategies. Paper by Adivian et al. Published in 2023 discussed these challenges. First and foremost, funding and investment gap. Businesses in general do not have enough incentive to invest in sustainable practices. A government cannot just fund by themselves. Businesses need to contribute as well. Businesses in Thailand do not have enough incentive. They do not have enough incentive to invest. That's why there remains a funding gap there. Implementation of or transition to green economy in general requires a lot of investment, and the biggest issue there is the gap. Then we have policy and implementation delays. So even though the policies are there, the actual implementation again takes a lot of time. The policies are strong, but their implementation require concrete projects and planning to be implemented. Another important issue that was identified was the lack of public awareness. General public is not aware of the environmental impact that tourism brings in. And same goes for the businesses. Businesses do not understand the environmental impact of tourism. That's why they do not have enough incentive to invest in sustainable practices as well. There also remains an infrastructural issue, even though the tourism infrastructure in Thailand is very strong. The transition to green economy would include various procedures to be implemented, such as sustainable production methods, renewable energy integration, and also advanced waste management methods. So transition to green economy is a lengthy process, and as per this study, if we are able to achieve or able to implement all these strategies, that will be too late. The environmental damage by that time will be irreversible. A similar study discussed the same challenges, but then an additional challenge that it signaled was the economic struggles post-pandemic. As we just discussed, Thailand relies heavily on tourism sector. During COVID, the tourism businesses in Thailand were heavily affected. And now post-COVID, they're hardly recovering from that economic loss. So right now, for businesses, the priority is to survive post-pandemic, not sustainable policies. The rest of the challenges discussed are similar that we just discussed: limited awareness and education, and infrastructure and policy gaps. But the main issue there is that businesses do not have enough incentive because they do not have enough awareness about the environmental impact of tourism practices. If we compare with its peer countries, Vietnam has implemented community-based tourism. It has been encouraging community-based tourism in which local communities are hosting the travelers, the visitors. They show them around. The financial gains from the tourism activities goes to the local communities instead of big businesses. This way, cultural heritage is preserved as well as the environmental impact is low. But in terms of challenges for Vietnam, the economic benefit that comes from community-based tourism remains low. But even then, it is ensuring a step towards sustainable tourism practices. Similarly, for in case of Malaysia, Malaysia is trying to address the carbon footprint from tourism through carbon tax policies for tourism businesses. So even though it is trying to address or trying to promote sustainable tourism policies through carbon tax programs, there is a problem there that Malaysia relies heavily on oil palm and forestry. So even though they're trying to balance it out through carbon tax policies, the deforestation, because of Malaysia's reliance on oil palm and forestry, which it contributes to environmental damage. Lastly, we have Indonesia. The strategy implemented by Indonesia is ecotourism. Ecotourism means encouraging tourism towards natural areas such as national parks. For Indonesia, key ecotourism destinations include Komodo National Park, Sumatra Rainforest, Raja Ampet's marine conservative projects. It is actually promoted as a solution to deforestation and habitat loss. These initiatives include wildlife conservation programs, sustainable trekking, and responsible diving practices. Ecotourism ensures that sustainable tourism is adopted. However, the implementation remains a challenge because ecotourism mapping, Indonesia doesn't have sufficient ecotourism mapping. But comparing Thailand's strategy with these three countries do provide us with a few policy recommendations that we are going to discuss. What Thailand's government can do to promote sustainable tourism practices is encouraging businesses to adopt global sustainable tourism criteria. Global sustainable tourism criteria is basically a set of global standards, global tourism standards that ensure economic and social well-being. Thailand can also promote local tourism initiatives like empowering communities and preserving cultural heritage. Community-based tourism is the way to go for Thailand. Thailand needs to invest in renewable energy for its tourism facilities, especially in solar and bioenergy. Implementation of seasonal closure for heavily visited national parks and areas is important to allow for the ecosystem to heal. We see a large influx of tourists in islands such as Phuket, which is leading to more and more deforestation and building hotels and resorts. This is actually all contributing towards environmental damage. The gains might be short-term, but the implications are long-term. Environmental damage is going to affect Thailand's ecosystem as well. Thailand needs to work towards ecotourism and community-based tourism to ensure that there is less deforestation. Lastly, promoting carbon neutral travel packages that offset emissions through sustainability initiatives, travel packages for tourists. That is actually a good way to ensure that carbon footprint from tourism is reduced. Thank you so much for your time. And also, lastly, for the future, because we have only identified the issues and challenges of implementation. Lastly, what we can just do, the two future directions, we can conduct a cost and benefit analysis to evaluate the financial viability of sustainable tourism policies, or we can conduct a panel data analysis for different countries to compare sustainable tourism policies. But that depends on what type of data we are able to obtain. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Adnan. Thank you for your presentation. So for the on-site presentation, so for the paper title, From Farm to Macaroon, the role of sustainable banana and moringa sourcing in promoting responsible tourism, Ms. Tenny P. Lerasan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tenny Pilarasan, a faculty member from the College of Hospitality and Tourism Management of Iloilo Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology. Today, I'll be presenting my research entitled From Farm to Macaron, the role of sustainable banana and moringa sourcing in promoting responsible tourism. For the introduction, next slide. For the introduction, these studies focusing on developing a healthier version of macarons by incorporating moringa extract and banana filling to boast nutritional value while maintaining consumer appeal. So using a descriptive research design and a 5-point Likert type survey, I gathered feedback from expert bakers and consumers, analyzing their responses on taste, texture, aroma, and appearance. The results show strong acceptability from both groups, indicating that this innovative macaron is both nutritious and enjoyable. So the study also highlights the potential for health-conscious product development and suggests further research on shelf life and commercialization. As for the background of the study, the traditional recipes like coconut macarons carry cultural significance, but there's a growing need to adapt them to modern health and taste preferences. These macarons also is made by Italian monks using a simple ingredients like almond paste and egg white have evolved over time. So this study also explored the addition of moringa extract and banana filling to enhance both the nutritional value and flavor of the classic coconut macaron, creating a dessert that healthier and more appealing to today's consumers. For the methodology, I'm using the IPO process for the data collection. So a total of 60 respondents were selected to participate in the data collection process. 20 of them from well-known bake shop like Goldilocks, Red Ribbon, and Boulangerie 22, selected based on their professional experience in baking. And 40 consumers randomly selected from Santa Mesa area to represent typical end user or customers of baked goods. Next slide. For the result. This is the result. This is a sample of the production of the banana moringa macaron. So if you visit to the Philippines and go to our school, definitely you will taste these coconut macarons. Next slide. Sample. If you go to our school at Iris. And this document also presents the analytical laboratory test result for banana-filled moringa macaron, so conducted at Centotech Laboratory. So the analysis was performed to determine the product's nutritional content and verify its compositional values. Based on the laboratory findings, the macaron contained the following nutrient levels. So we have fat 31.1%, protein 6.3 grams, calcium 290 milligrams, phosphorus 260 milligrams. And this result highlight the product richness in healthy fats and essential minerals, particularly calcium and phosphorus, which are vital for bone health. So the addition also of moringa and banana not only enhances flavor, but also contributes to the macaron's nutritional value. So for the conclusion, so the study also confirmed that incorporating moringa extract and banana filling into traditional coconut macaron significantly enhances both their nutritional value and sensory appeal. Laboratory analyses verify the product improved nutritional profile, while sensory evaluation results demonstrated strong consumer and expert approval. So the enhanced also of macarons received excellent rating across key sensory attributes with an overall quality score of 4.71. Furthermore, the product achieved high acceptability rating of 4.76 as evaluated by both expert baker and general consumer. So these consistent positive results suggest that moringa banana macaron is a highly promising and will receive functional snack product, and it recommends for further research on shelf life, cost effectiveness, and market potential to support future product development and commercialization. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Lirazan. So next for the virtual presenter. So the title is Acceptability of Carrots, the Gus Carota, Flatbread Utilizing Sweet Potato, Ipamea Batatas, Flour. The presenter is Charity Vergara. So she's online.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, audible.
Okay. Are my presentation flash on the screen already?
Yes, so you have to show your slide.
Okay.
Yeah, just slideshow. Yeah, it's visible. Can proceed now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So to the panel of evaluators, to fellow presenters, attendees, good afternoon. I am Charity A. Vergara, a CHM, a College of Hospitality Management Research Coordinator, and a presenter from Central Philippine State University, Philippines. Today, I will be presenting to you the acceptability of carrot, Daucus carota flatbread, utilizing sweet potato Apomea batatas flour. Okay, I think I would just leave the abstract part. Okay, for the introduction, the Philippines is actually an archipelago consisting of 7,641 islands, clustered into three major island groups. These are Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So Central Philippine State University is from the Visayas area, specifically Western Visayas, located in Negros Occidental Province. So Negros Occidental is a province abundant in natural, historical, cultural attractions, and gastronomic activities. So the province is known as the Sugar Bowl of the Philippines and the land of sweet surprises, as it is a home to sprawling haciendas, or the acres of land planted with sugar cane, and most of the people depend on this industry. So one of the most delicious products that the province has to offer is what you call piyaya, a local term for a flatbread. This flatbread is pressed pastry made by Muscovado filling with sesame seeds and cooked on a griddle. Our product development focuses on the use of sweet potato flour and all-purpose flour on the dough and carrot with Muscovado sugar as a filling. These fortifying ingredients can be added to increase their nutritional value and provide various products that meet the dietary lifestyle and needs of consumers. So vitamin A deficiency is common among children, and carrots is a good source of vitamin A. The fiber in carrots can help keep blood sugar levels under control, and beta-carotene, which can lower diabetes risk. So carrots can also be a good source of calcium and vitamin K, which are also important for bone health. So in doing this, the researchers opt to develop delicious flatbread utilizing these ingredients of sweet potato flour. And at the same time, this sweet potato flour is actually a technology initiative of the Community and Extension Office and the Research Office of our university. So for the objectives of the study specifically is that we have to come up with 3 different formulations and then identify out of the 3 formulations the most preferred formulation, and then conduct a paired preference of our carrot flatbread as to what is commercially available in the market. So there is also a schematic diagram and significance of the study. So basically, for the significance of the study, this would be significant to consumers as carrot flatbread offers delicious and distinct taste experience and can be a healthier alternative to offer desserts. As to entrepreneurs, it can also capitalize on the growing demand for artisanal and specialty breads. But most to it, this is also significant to the farmers, not only for the big time farmers, but also for the small scale farmers, that they can also offer ARI not only for sugarcane planting season, but they can also opt to plant carrots, in which later on, if this product would be established, they could have a market too. Then next would be for future researchers and students. So for research methodology, this is an experimental study. So what we did on the study is that we have come up with different formulations, 3 mixtures of a flour with a combination of a sweet potato flour and at the same time the all-purpose flour. And other ingredients than that are actually remain constant. So the basic ingredients are flour, salt, oil, water, and vanilla. It's the same as with the formulation of the levels of ingredients for the filling. So this has something to do with a combination of carrot and muscovado, and at the same time oil, cornstarch, and cinnamon. So for the criteria for the selection of the most preferred formulation, 30 respondents over 18 years old and above were provided with a coded sample, as they would have to rank, in which they would have to determine what is the most preferred formulation out from the 3 mixtures. Okay, for the results and discussion, so this chapter presents the tables and discussion of the most preferred formulation, the general acceptability, and paired preference test of this study. So the table shows above that the result of the most preferred formulation of the carrot flatbread utilizing sweet potato flour, treatment A has the highest sum of 71, followed by the treatment B, which is around 58, and treatment C, which is the sum of 51. So it could be concluded that the most preferred formulation of carrot flatbread utilizing sweet potato flour, 375 grams all-purpose flour, which is around 75%, and 125 grams or 25% of sweet potato flour. So for the acceptability of the most preferred formulation and commercially available muscovado flatbread, they were actually noted as to its aroma, the taste, the texture, and overall acceptability. For the paired preference test on the MPF and the commercially available flatbread, it has been noted that at 5% level of significance, a p-value which is greater than the specified level of significance indicates that the null hypothesis is not rejected. So therefore, it can be concluded that there is no significant difference on the formulation and preference of the researcher-made product with that of the commercial product. So this suggests that the most preferred formulation has the same level of acceptability with commercially available flatbread. So for the conclusion, after the conduct of the study, the researchers concluded that the MPF of carrot flatbread utilizing sweet potato flour was treatment C with 375 grams of all-purpose flour and 125 grams of sweet potato flour. In acceptability of carrot flatbread, utilizing sweet potato flour, the respondents rated the product like extremely, and with this, the production of sweet potato flour is in high demand. For the recommendations, so based on the result of the study, the following recommendations were made for the benefits of the following. For consumers to accept the new flavors of flatbread, or commonly known as piyaya, and opt to eat for more nutritious baked goods, especially other locally grown agricultural products as substitute for other ingredients. For farmers to explore new revenue streams by supplying carrots to bakeries, and the same with sugarcane production, it can support small-time farmers promoting local economic development. For entrepreneurs, to encourage them to sell the most preferred formulation of flatbread with 125 grams of sweet potato flour and 375 grams of all-purpose flour, which is the favorite of the respondents. And for future researchers, following recommendations were done as to further study as to assessing the approximate characteristics of carrot flatbread utilizing sweet potato flour, also to conduct microbial and moisture content testing, to conduct also sensorial evaluation, to determine the shelf life, to determine also the nutritional value of carrot flatbread utilizing sweet potato flour, and eventually, if this would be established, is also to conduct a marketing plan for the carrot flatbread. For students, also, this can be a great venue for them for further study or experimentation with different flatbreads, recipes, ingredients, and presentation styles. So that would be all for my presentation today. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Ma'am Vergara. So before we have lunch, so this is the last presenter for online. So the topic is academic and educational impacts of the sweet potato and banana flour production, a community-based initiative for sustainable food development. So to be presented by Sheila Ignacio.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I be heard? Okay, to the organizer and my co-participants with the second Globe Summit, Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management. Good afternoon, everyone. This afternoon, I will be presenting my research entitled The Socio-Economic and Educational Impacts of the Sweet Potato and Banana Flour Production Project, a community-based initiative for sustainable development. So this research was
Can you
materialized.
slideshow? Excuse me. Can you slideshow your presentation? Make it
This
slideshow.
research, yes, sir.
Slideshow. Present. The present full screen. Yan. Thank you.
So again, my research entitled
Excuse me. Full
Socio-Economic.
screen for the presentation. Kindly full screen. The slideshow. The presentation. Slideshow. And the lower. Yeah. The slideshow. Presenter side.
Can you slide show your presentation? We are audible to you? Are we audible to you?
Yes, sir.
Can you share in slideshow your presentation?
Okay, sir. Is that right, sir?
Just the next one you clicked. Just the next one.
Is that right, sir?
Yeah, just click it. We are not able to see the slideshow. It's just the slides view.
Okay. So can I proceed now, sir?
No, not yet. Can you double click it on any slide?
Hello, I'll speak in Filipino. Ma'am, pasuyo po ng slideshow po ng inyong presentation para po mag full screen sa screen namin dito sa venue po. Stop niyo po muna ng share, tapos reshare, tapos paki-slideshow po. Ma'am? Rinig niyo pa po ako?
Yes po, sir.
Sige po, ma'am. Kaya po natin to. Laban.
Yes po. Is that right, sir?
Paki-full screen po. Paki-stop share po muna ng screen. Ayan, perfect.
Yan na po.
Apa, salamat po. You may proceed. Wala po.
How about
Ayan,
this time,
tapos
sir?
paki-full screen po ulit, ma'am.
Full screen.
Yes po. Kapag nag-share po kayo, ma'am, pinipili niyo po yung whole screen or yung PowerPoint lang po?
Full screen po, sir.
Naka-full screen na po sa end mo.
Oo, sa akin po, sir, naka-full screen na po.
Sige po, laban na po ito.
This time, sir, okay na po ba?
Hindi po siya naka-full screen, ma'am. Kita po namin yung buong PowerPoint mo po, pati yung mga slides sa gilid. The whole presentation po.
Screen.
Okay, sige po. Proceed na po tayo, ma'am. Paki-next na lang. Paki-try pong i-next yung slide.
Sige po.
Ayun lang po, hindi po siya nag-next slide sa end po namin.
Oo.
It's okay, ma'am. Smile. We got this.
Okay. Can I proceed po, sir?
Sige po.
Okay, so again, good afternoon, everyone. So to the organizer and my co-participants to the second Globe Summit of Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management, this afternoon, I will be presenting my research entitled Socio-Economic and Educational Impacts of the Sweet Potato and Banana Flour Project Production, a community-based initiative for sustainable food development. Yours truly, the author, connected with Central Philippine State University, Philippines. So the sweet potato and banana flour production projects spearheaded by Central Philippine State University College of Hospitality Management aims to address food security, promote sustainable agricultural practices, and enhance community livelihoods. Since during the pandemic, Central Philippine State University is still helping the community, specifically within the vicinity of the university. So the impact study evaluates the project's contribution to the socioeconomic development, environmental, and educational advancement among participants from CARFA, CATAFA, and MABAFA. These are the farmer associations located in the university vicinity. Using a mixed methods approach, data were gathered through surveys, focus group discussion, key informant interviews, and field observation. Findings reveal significant socioeconomic benefits, including improved income, job opportunities, and entrepreneurial ventures. Participants demonstrated high levels of awareness regarding sweet potato and banana flour's health benefits and commercial potential, with most integrating it into their baking practices. Agriculture remains a cornerstone of sustainable development, particularly in rural communities where it serves as a primary source of livelihood. In this context, innovative agricultural projects like sweet potato and banana flour production are critical in addressing food security, enhancing income generation, and promoting environmental sustainability. And this project was initiated by the Central Philippine State University College of Hospitality Management. This project seeks to empower local farmers and community members by equipping them with the knowledge and skills to produce, utilize, and market sweet potato and banana flour. These flours derived from locally available resources provide healthier, affordable alternatives to traditional flour while addressing the problem of post-harvest food waste. So these are the documentation during the interview with the participants. This study employed a mixed method approach, integrating quantitative and qualitative methods to provide a holistic understanding of the sweet potato and banana flour production project. The combination of structured surveys, focus group discussion, and the key informant interviews allowed for the collection of measurable data while capturing participants' respondents' experiences, perceptions, and challenges. In addition, the survey and the focus group discussion were conducted by our partnered institution, the Negros Oriental State University main campus, specifically the Research, Innovation, Development, and Extension Office, to ensure the integrity of the impact study. This approach enabled the triangulation of data sources, enhancing the reliability and depth of the findings. After the study, the conclusion derived are the following. For objective number 1, the conclusion, the sweet potato and banana flour production project has proven to be a valuable initiative in improving participants' socioeconomic status and contributing to rural economic development. The project has empowered participants and strengthened the local economy by creating income, generating opportunities, and enhancing household livelihoods and fostering entrepreneurship. The significant interest in producing, selling, and purchasing sweet potato banana flour products demonstrate the project's potential for sustainable growth and broader market adoption. For objective number 2, participants demonstrated high knowledge and awareness of sweet potato and banana flour, nutritional benefits, and commercial potential. Training workshops effectively equip them with production, baking, and marketing skills, fostering entrepreneurial growth. Most participants express willingness to incorporate the flour into their practices, indicating a solid acceptance of the initiative. Expanding awareness campaign and workshops can further solidify participants' understanding and promote the broader adoption of these flours and commercial ventures. For objective number 5, the project has successfully fostered community engagement with high level of participation in training workshops and collaborative activities. Social media has been a critical platform for knowledge sharing and promoting the sweet potato and banana flour project, showcasing its impact to a broader audience. This engagement has strengthened community bonds and increased the visibility of sweet potato and banana flour products, expanding digital literacy initiatives and encouraging community involvement will enhance the project's reach and long-term impact. So that's all with my presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for the presenters. For the summary highlights for this session, I proceed first. Actually, all those presenters are presented well. So for the part of this one, thank you. So I jot down notes for the presenters. For the highlights for innovative tourism strategies in the Philippines, so it's highlighted and focused on redefining tourism in the Philippines through sustainable tourism in terms of innovations, globally competitive in terms of those approaches. On the second presenter, highlighted with the role of local engagement in promoting marine conservation through the Pawikan Center, which is presented through promoting and implementation of Pawikan conservation. On the other hand, the third presenter, so when in terms of climate resilience and tourism GDP, it's highlighted on how we explore the climate adaptability influences the economic contribution of tourisms. And for the fourth presenter, about the part of the impact on cultural tourism in Australia, so emphasizes preserving Aboriginal and Torres Straits Islander traditions within the tourism sector. Furthermore, in terms of the other presenter about the impact of online reviews on resort choices, which is investigates how digital feedback affects tourist decisions on resort occupancies. Also on the sixth presenter about the field excursions in tourism education, which is analyzes the effectiveness of experimental learning in hospitality and tourism studies. On the seventh presenter, discusses how traditional weaving can empower communities and preserve cultural heritage, which is cultural revival through weaving in Mantar. Okay, so and the eighth presenter about evaluating the strategies to minimize the environmental impacts of tourism in Thailand, which is reducing tourism carbon footprint, of course, in Thailand. Then on the ninth presenter, so it highlighted the, of course, it highlighted the for health, okay, potential health, food for innovation, product development, and for future research on shelf life, and of course, connecting them with commercialization. And finally, for the last presenter, of course, the other presenter for the consumers, farmers, And entrepreneurs highlighted its benefits when in terms of the part of acceptability of carrot. Okay, so also highlighted based on the acceptable value, okay, on the flavors of flatbread or piaya, also for the farmers, entrepreneurs, and also it's highlighted its recommendation to encourage them to sell the part of the preferred formulation or MPF in terms of the globalizations. So all of those things are highlighted based on the hospitality and tourism management session. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to our session chair, Dr. Jefferson Costales. Let's give him a warm round of applause, please, for handling all of that. And congratulations to all of our presenters for the technical session one. Job well done, I would say. You work hard on those papers. And once again, congratulations. And before we proceed, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for bearing with us amidst all the struggles and difficulties of this live summit. I know that we have stretched out a little bit and we went off the scheduled session, but we thank you so much for your patience and your cooperation. Maraming salamat po. And we shall have our question and answer session after the lunch break since it's already late. But before that, please bear with us as we proceed with the certificate distribution for our persons of interest, persons of interest for today, for our presenters. We shall begin with the certificate of recognition to our conference chair to receive on behalf of her. May I call on Sir Jefferson Serrano, the academic head of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, and Ms. Mila Joy Martinez, the head of Student Affairs and Services of the same campus, to receive the certificate of recognition awarded to Associate Professor Cheryl Sharima R. Morales, recognizes and honors her as conference chair for the Second Globe Summit, signed by the General Chair, Engineer Jasmita Priyadarsani, the Managing Director of Academia Research Lab Private Limited, India, and Dr. Yanakorn Toprayon, Chief Executive of Bangsumbun Sub-District Administrative Organization, Thailand. And of course, joining us with the awarding of certificate is Dr. Tom, our very own reactor for this session. The same certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Sayed Mahmoud Ahmed as our conference co-chair for the Second Globe Summit 2025 in Phuket, Thailand. All right, thank you, Dr. Sayed. And you will be joining us in awarding the certificates to our speakers and presenters. May I also request Engineer Darshan to join us for the awarding of certificate. Certificate of recognition is awarded to Mr. Melquiades Alipuon in grateful acknowledgement and appreciation of his unwavering dedication and engagement as guest speaker during the Second Global Leadership in Hospitality and Tourism Management, or the Globe Summit 2025. All right, let's give him a warm round of applause. Thank you so much. And the same certificate of recognition is awarded to Mr. Elmer Boydon Quintana as keynote speaker during the Second Globe Summit. All right, there you have it. This certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Jefferson Costales as session chair for session 1 of the Second Globe Summit. And this plaque of appreciation is awarded to Dr. Tom Denigan as our reactor for session 1. Wow, there you have it. Thank you so much, Dr. Tom, for your hard work and contribution as our reactor for this session. It was a tough job, to pay attention to all of the presentation and really get the gist of it. Thank you so much. You're all very good as per our reactor. Talaga naman. Palakpakan. We shall proceed with our presenters for this session. This certificate of presentation is awarded to Maria Roda Dinaga from Eulogio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology Philippines for her paper Redefining Philippine Tourism Innovative Strategies for Sustainable Development and Global Competitiveness. Her co-authors are Mr. Elmer Quintana, Mr. Jefferson Costales, and Ms. Perlita Malyari. The same certificate of presentation is awarded to Martha Hendra from UNSW Global Australia for her paper, Australia, the Land Down Under, Fostering Indigenous, Aboriginal, and Torres Strait Islander Traditional Culture in Australian Tourism. Her co-author is Dr. Sayed Mahmood Ahmed. Let's give them a warm round of applause. And the same certificate of presentation is awarded to Tenny Pilerazan of Eulogio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology for her paper From Farm to Macaroon, the role of sustainable banana and moringa sourcing in promoting responsible tourism. And we shall invite our presenters for this session to please proceed at the center for a quick photo session, including our keynote speaker, guest speaker. Oh, everyone. Okay, everyone please proceed here. All of us will be in the picture. All right. May I invite everyone for our first photo session here? So I think we can, how do we do this? Their words, the tall people will be at the back. So you decide if you're tall enough to be at the back. Ouch. All right, I think we need to just compress a little bit and let's do a side by side, but not too much. And then our virtual presenters, may I invite you to please open your cameras and we will flash you on the screen. Can we flash them on the screen? All right, there. And to our virtual presenters, we will be providing you your digital certificate of presentation. Say Thailand. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. We shall now proceed with our 1 hour lunch break and go enjoy. Thank you so much. We shall reconvene at okay. Our lunch will be at the restaurant there. Oh, everyone has to go through the. Okay, we can go through the left side to avoid the rain, but if you wanna go through the pool side, you may utilize the umbrella because it's currently raining. And time check. We shall reconvene at 2:40 p.m. Thailand Standard Time. And to our virtual participants, it's currently 1:30 here in Thailand. So I'm not sure if what time is it there. We shall reconvene after 1 hour po.
pag-pray mo na lang. Pag ako pumasok ka. Ito, inihaw. Inihaw. Yung trash lang dito. Di ba meron din? Parang sarap ng service. Ako kuya ba dito? Malam po, di ba? Parang nasa isip ko ang tulad, di ba? Hindi, pero parang pala kasi ano lang, di ba, sakit ang nila nilalagay. Super sa ganun lang. Super, tapos lagyan nila ng store. Ngayon, tapos nakain na lang yung hot.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had an enjoyable and refreshing lunch, and some of you changed outfits. I love that. Wow. And thank you so much for rejoining us as we continue this summit. So before we proceed with our question and answer session, we still have one more presenter from our session one. He is joining us today with his paper, Virtual Tourism, Virtual Tourist Outlook. Please welcome Dr. Walid Askarzai.
Just start. Actually, I have to help you from here. No, actually, I'm sharing from this device, so.
A very good afternoon, everyone. Those are here in person and joining us online. It's a true privilege to be here today in front of you, presenting this wonderful research. I am animated by the presence of my research team, Dr. Syed, Dr. Arvenda, and PhD candidate, Ms. Kanis Salim. We are all representing Churchill Institute of Higher Education. We are excited to dive into this fascinating and timely topic. And you can see the topic is virtual tourism, the outlook of virtual tourists. So this is the problem. The problem is that virtual tourism experience has gained momentum in the wake of COVID-19. However, based on our research, the virtual tourists feel that these experiences are missing emotional depth and don't feel very human. Even though technology is improving, but we don't fully understand. We don't fully understand what makes a virtual tourism experience feel more human and emotionally engaging. So this is the problem that we are looking at. This problem in this research. This research wants to learn what virtual tourists want from the human and real experiences when it comes to virtual tourism. The next slide, please. So this is our short biographies. Myself, Dr. Walid, Dr. Syed, Dr. Arvenda, and PhD candidate, Ms. Kanis Salim. Okay. Next slide, please. So I did explain to you the research problem that we are looking at this research. What are the key points from the literature? The key points from the literature is that virtual tourism is easy to use, it's cost effective, it is convenient. Okay. Most improvement in the industry focuses on technology. Now, there isn't much research that looking at what users from these more human virtual tourism experience want. And this is what we are looking into this research. So I'll take you through the other points of our abstract. So research question. So this research explores, this is exploratory research. This research explores what virtual tourists perceive and how they define humanized virtual tourism experience. So furthermore, this research is also looking at their expectations. When I'm saying their expectation, I'm referring to virtual tourist expectations on features that creates a realism and human emotional connection. This study furthermore examines how users assess the human aspect of these digital experiences and whether their views differ based on demographic factors. So next slide, please. So this is the research objective. The research objective is to examine how virtual tourists perceive and what they expect from humanized virtual tourism. We also, the focus is also on elements that creates emotional connection, realism, and engagement in digital environment. This research is also trying to identify the key features that enhances, this is very important aspect of our research objective, that enhances user satisfaction, virtual tourist satisfaction, and improving virtual tourism design and delivery. I'm taking you to the next slide, methodology. So this research is for this research we used qualitative. The approach is qualitative, and it's exploratory research, and we want to get into depth of insight of virtual tourist perceptions and expectations regarding humanized experience. And for the data collection, we used what I call crowdsourcing. We used platforms such as YouTube, Facebook, and TripAdvisor. So we have collected our data from these platforms, and the focus was on where virtual tourism experience was, how it was used, and what comments they made. So, and as I said, we collected data from these platforms. So because this data is in terms of comments and feedback given by the virtual tourists, the only deemed analysis that we could use was thematic analysis. So we used thematic analysis to looking at the themes, the common themes, both positive and negative themes in their statements and feedback of virtual tourists. Once we completed the thematic analysis, then we used virtual word cloud visualization. So if you're familiar with the word cloud visualization, word cloud shows the frequency of each theme. So we use word cloud to generate visualized data. We collected 131 statements. From these 131 statements, we found out that 79 were positive feedback, 41 were negative feedback, and 31 statements, the last one is important, 31 statements emphasizing the need for a more human or humanized experience. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the first word cloud. The first word cloud shows the benefits, the very benefits of virtual tourism, such as convenience, fun, immersive, educational, and enriching. The next slide, we found about the negative, the negative aspect of virtual tourism. Number one was communication, followed by technical issues. These two were frequently stated in the statements of virtual tourists. Now, the next slide is reporting. We are reporting the verbatim statements of both positive and negative of virtual tourists. You can see we found 69% of tourists, they are happy with virtual tourism experiences. The reminder, they are not happy with the virtual tourism experiences. So the next slide. This slide is the most important information. It covers the most important information. It shows the prominent themes that virtual tourists think that these themes are part of humanized and realism experience of virtual tourism. So what we found from their statements that emotional engagement, personal connection, and warmth emerging as the most frequent represented concepts when it comes to experiences of virtual tourism connection, but emotional connection and humanizing. Next slide, please. So what conclusion we made from so far that the virtual tourism was an emphasis on humanizing the experience. Virtual tourists generally provide positive feedback. Okay. However, there is an outcry for more humanized and realism experience. So the technology may be advanced. There is advanced technology. I personally looked at one of the platforms that they offering virtual tourism. It's 360. And I looked at some of the videos, and I personally agree that there is the human connection is missing. It does not feel real. So this is our conclusion for the time being. Let me remind you that this is an ongoing research. Okay, we might change the methodology of this research into a quantitative research. And for that, we will be looking at doing a t-test, where we will be looking at differences between real tourism and virtualism. For that, we also have to test the hypothesis. So the research question that I presented to you, this research question will be changed into hypothesis. It's most likely that research question will be the alternative hypothesis. Okay, so I'm more than happy to, next slide, I'm more than happy to take your comments, particularly constructive comments and feedback, so we can use to do this research, and we continue with this research. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Walid, for your presentation. At this point, we shall now move on to the question and answer session of our technical session 1. So may we invite the presenters earlier to please proceed here at the front for our question and answer session. And also our virtual presenters from earlier today, can you please open your cameras so we can see you here on site? Are they still with us? Okay, there you go. So we will be entertaining questions from our delegates and to our guest speakers and to from our reactor as well, Dr. Tom. We can entertain questions now for these presenters. So your questions, your comments, your constructive criticisms may be directed to any presenter. Just kindly reference your agenda and then please mention the name of the presenter that you want to ask a question to. So any questions or feedback, comments from our delegates? Speak your mind now or forever hold your peace. No, just kidding. You may ask questions. You know, it's fun to be interrogative at times. You know, clarity comes after you ask the question. Okay. We have Dr. Tom, our reactor for this session.
This one's for Hilda. Thank you very much. Thank you. How robust is Australia's Indigenous tourist scene? Do we specifically have lots and lots of visitors coming for that experience?
Just correct. Hilda.
Hilda, sorry, Hilda. What did I say?
You called me Hilda.
I don't. Sorry, Marta. Sorry. Apologies. Apologies.
You sure?
We've only met once.
Okay. And can I have the question again, please? Just making sure.
Just looking how robust our industry for tourism is in the Indigenous sector.
Look, it's definitely growing and becoming, well, if not more robust, there definitely is more interest. I think it's more of a case of balancing the situation where a lot of the indigenous guides, a lot of the sites and the traditions and the cultural practices surrounding these particular tourist sites pose limitations on what can be accessed and not. And in this case, it's a very much a positive for sustainability, for the environment, but for the industry as a whole, not so much. The government at both the national and the state levels is continuously adding to the financials, adding to the plans that have been in place, especially since 2020 onwards, with more growing support. But I think as we move through the presentations, and no doubt this word keeps coming up, and that's awareness, creating that awareness coming from education. And being an educator myself, it's refreshing to hear students, both local and international. So perhaps not robust, but it's definitely becoming more attractive.
And I also note that you had Ayers Rock, or Uluru, as it's now called, in one of your slides. That's an example, of course, of giving back.
Exactly.
How has tourism been affected there? Up or down?
I guess it really has more I'd say up, definitely also on the domestic scene as well as the international. In fact, from all the recent surveys, if there has been one indigenous site that international tourists or even local tourists were interested in seeing, Uluru, Kakadu National Park coming in second. So definitely. So when you do think of Australia, and we have our icons such as the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Opera House, no doubt that Uluru is up there, as we say.
Sure. Thank you. One more, if I may. I've spent some time up at Cape Tribulation on the Pearsons, Noel Pearson, Gerhard Pearson. Noel Pearson was the first Indigenous man through Sydney University Law School. I spent 2 weeks up there with him, family connection, and they were looking and funding ecotourism with the Indigenous leaders giving grants to the people in their tribe. Strength now, is it gone on? Is there more ecotourism? Is it?
Yes, ecotourism is very much the focus of the indigenous tourism. Originally, it was very much so seen as, I guess, not necessarily a hotspot, but perhaps it was more of the artistic, the cultural side when it came to music and dance, but especially with art. But it has shifted very much to eco tourism, and I think that is what I think Australia should be promoting. Sadly enough, not so much as a spiritual destination, but definitely one because the Indigenous culture is very much centered on that harmony with the land. So 100%. Thank you for sharing.
Up the back.
We have a question from Dr. Marilyn Isip.
Just a little bit. I hope I did not forget the essence of this. But my question is for Ms. Saira Adnan. The paper titled Assessing Ways to Reduce Tourism's Carbon Footprint in Thailand. Is she still there? Virtual presentation. Parang wala na siya, sir. Say. All right. Actually, the author mentioned, or she mentioned about, or a lot of challenges, especially in the sustainable tourism. Now, my question is the presence or the existence of the hybrid cars or hybrid or electronic or electric mode of transportation can help in the sustainable tourism without compromising the ecosystem in Thailand?
I think the answer is no. Just kidding. And the author is not here anymore, but that's okay. Maybe we can have some, collective insights about the question. Who wants to answer or give feedbacks about ma'am's question? Oh, a lot of hands. Let's have Doctor first.
Yes, thank you. I think it's a challenge, and the answer and the question too is a real from the Thailand transportation. We use the truck and the logistic for the tourism management. I think is a good one train, second boat, right? Around the world use this, but the Thailand we use the truck and the small truck. When the truck the coming, the truck go far away, make the road is broken. I want to know from the Australia and from the Philippines, what you use the transportation. I mean the logistic, what you use. You do truck from the Thailand, or you want a lot the train, a lot the cruiser, a lot the boat. I want to know is a question, because the logistic is the support the tour management, tourism management. I want to know is a question. First, Australia.
Sir, is it on? Sir, I agree with you. It's a very important and good question. However, it's not relevant to my research, and also it's not relevant to Martha's research. So I cannot give you a very good answer, but from my personal perspective and my personal experience, the form of transportation for tourists I'm from Sydney is taxis, and some hotels also have their own transportation. So taxis, Uber, also getting popular. Trains going from Sydney to most important destinations like Blue Mountains. We have trains. We have buses going from Sydney to most places. So this is my answer from my experience living in Sydney.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Another.
Now, you do remember we have 5 states and 2 territories. So every state and territory they have different transportation system.
Yeah, next one.
For the Philippines, I should say that we have the same kind of transportation. However, I have noticed that when it comes to Metro Manila, the use of electricity when it comes to the hybrid kind of transportation is now given as free to those who had availed the so-called hybrid transportation. So it's one way of saying maybe that they are enticing the community to make use of this in order to lessen the carbon effect to our country.
Yes, thank you. Oh, give the crowd for is all. Another. Okay.
Because with one pass, you can travel everywhere. And if I'm talking about Australia, so you need to just have an Opal card. With that card, you can take trains, buses, trams, and then ferries, everything. So it's very convenient. And then if you travel 5 days in a row, so Saturday and Sunday is free for you. So most of the people who are traveling, maybe for a short travel, they use this medium to travel mostly in the weekends, because so the transportation cost is nearly 70% less, especially if we are talking about weekends. motivate the people to travel more in those weekends, because usually the people who are working, they don't travel using these transportations on these 5 days. So for 2 days, to encourage everybody to travel, so they reduce 75% cost on the Opal cards. So that's what they do, I think so. No worries. Thank you.
Thank you for the second question. Can I just add on something and then I'll give it to you, Elizabeth? You spoke about the reduction of carbon footing in Thailand, right? And the methodology that they are using. In that sense, let me just add on one thing, that the research that we are working on in terms of carbon reduction of the carbon footing, what we can do, if you're using EV vehicles, carbon footing is not decreased to the extent that we require, because the lithium battery that we are using in electric vehicles, create more carbon footing in that respect. So the researchers and the industry people right now, what they're working on hydrogen fuel and other fuels in order to reduce more carbon footings in terms of not only in Thailand, but others. And Thailand is one of the projects in that aspect. So I hope I've answered your question for that aspect. Yeah, just one.
So from my understanding of the presentation from the author in the morning, she was talking about how tourism in Thailand is one of their biggest industry. And so my understanding was that one of the ways the carbon emissions is coming from all the traffic that's coming in, the planes that are landing directed to Thailand. That is one of the ways they're getting a lot. And the other thing she mentioned in her presentation was that there's a lot of deforestation, especially here in Phuket, to create hotels. And I think if we look, some of us were on this side, at the back of our rooms, we are seeing the deforestation happening where they are having new construction going on. So what I would think or suggest to answer that question is how to reduce the carbon emission would be getting sustainable ways on how you create experiential tourism where you encourage people, yes, come, but do you mind hiking, or introduce other alternative means of local transportation. Another suggestion would probably be from using, and I've just checked this right now, apparently there's sustainable aviation fuels where they are now using biomass. So Thailand could consider negotiating and talking to different airlines and seeing, would you consider also, because we have the attraction sites. So use the more eco-friendly types of fuel to deliver our tourists, and we'll give you some sort of incentives to to reduce the carbon footprint. And lastly would be from encouraging them to plant more trees around the areas where they expect to have more traffic experience there instead of deforestation.
Thank you. I hope we have answered your second question before we go to the next one. Is it okay? Your question was answered properly? Thank you.
It's all right. I have one. Just on the hybrid and the renewables and the electricity and the fuel cells and everything. I think we can't lose. Just on me, I have 26 panels on my house. I have a battery on the side of my house. I drive an electric car. I ride an electric motorcycle. I have imported electric motorcycles. I have a huge compost bin in the backyard to grow vegetables. So I'm all the way along. But just on electricity and battery technology, I think we can't lose sight of the fact that it's coming down in price. And even though fossil fuels are much cheaper, if we all continue to support it, it will continue to come down in price. We looked at charging cars taking an hour and a half. Now, Chinese technology has brought us some answers to get 80% charged in less than 10 minutes. So let's not think about the cost right now. Let's think about if everyone got on board, where would be in 10 years' time.
I would like to add one more thing regarding that environmental control and all those things. One thing, I will take again example of Australia. So usually what happens that Australia sleeps after 5 p.m. So usually all the shops are closed. everything is closed, so nobody goes out. Okay, I don't know about Sydney city. So 80% of the city is also closed. Only the restaurants are open, other things, shopping, everything is closed. So this is also one way to, control the environment and take care of all those green environment things. And regarding the air flights, again, interesting example, no flight is there from Sydney after 10:30 p.m. at night. So this is again to take care of all the people who are living around that airport and things like that, to reduce the air pollution and noise pollution. So which is again a very good thought, to take care of the environment and, to control the tourism also. So you can travel on the daytime, but at night time you just sleep. That's the good thing, I think. Yes.
Done? Thank you. Look, if I can just share an anecdotal story as well. I taught with CSU into China 22 times. I went to China to teach for a month in 4 of their universities. I walked out of my front door and got on a bus that took me to the airport. I then got on the plane that took me to, obviously, the Chinese airport. I then went down onto the 3rd level and caught a subway to near my hotel. No taxis, all public transport from my house to where I was staying. So all on one card. All on one Chinese card. Once I landed in China, that was. So I think if we're going to have some models, Australia with the Opal card is way behind, I think, and the infrastructure in China is just fantastic. I'm not singing their praise about any other things. It's just that they're very efficient with their infrastructure. I haven't seen it matched anywhere. I've been to a lot of places, and that's only from my experiences in 2016 onwards. I was recently there in Shanghai with my daughter competing. She was competing in a swim meet only 3 weeks ago. So it's a pretty efficient system, something to model every other country's on, I believe. I'll shut up now. Sorry.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone who participated. I love that this topic really sparked a discussion to almost a point of debate at this point. But yeah, I would agree that when it comes to tourism, there's a continuous movement of people, especially in famous places like Phuket or in Bangkok, Thailand. So it's very important that people understand, and given their options, they should know what their options when it comes to sustainability. Because when it comes to sustainability, everyone should be included in the process. Otherwise, it will not work. So it's important that the government should step in, create legislations, create laws to inform first the people that this is the current state of the environment, this is what we can do, and this is your options on how you can contribute. Right? That's the goal of sustainability. It's not a one-man power that you can achieve alone. Every one of us should be included in the process. So be a responsible traveler, be a responsible commuter, because after all, our environment is just one. We need to save it as much as we can, right? So
here's the first test. Next time you go to the bathroom and you start grabbing for those hand towels and you pull out 5, just stop. Stop at 1. See if you can dry your hands with just 1 and then leave. Sure, they're going to be a little bit wet, but see if you can do it.
yeah, simple things matter, right? Do we have any other questions that we can entertain? Yes, from Miss Joy. Your question, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Chris. My question is about the virtual tourism outlook presented by Dr. Walid. I'd like to know more about the areas that the tourist or the virtual tourists looking for to make it humanized, because in the Philippines we have an immersive art museum, and I'm thinking that it would be applicable also in our country. So can you share more about how to humanize the virtual tourism?
Very good question. I was expecting this question. I'm very happy that you asked this question. My own perspective is that there is no substitute for real tourism. Virtual tourism cannot be a substitute. It can supplement the real tourism. What we discovered from our research, that the virtual tourists, those who have experience in virtual tourism, those who have experienced virtual tourism, they want or they demand more realism emotionally connected or connection tourism. So that's what we refer to this concept. We refer to this concept in our research, humanized, real connection and emotional connection. We call that humanized tourism. But of course, like I said, you cannot substitute that for real tourism. But still, this research is underway. We're still trying to collect more data. And we probably, as like I said during my presentation, that most likely we will change this research into a quantitative research, from qualitative to quantitative research, and we will test the hypothesis. And that hypothesis most likely will be to see if virtual tourism can supplement or can substitute the real tourism. So this will be our alternative hypothesis. So did I answer your question?
Yes, sir. And since you've mentioned that it is an ongoing research, maybe we can look at the outlook of the Philippines, since the immersive art museum is emerging in our country, and we all know that immersive art museum are quite expensive. So it would be a best alternative if we can able to look at the virtual tourism in our country. So thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you. Just want to add something that, like I said during my presentation, in the wake of COVID-19, virtual tourism experiences became very popular and is still popular, because the reasons that it's popular and it's getting momentum is because it's easy access, cost effective, and it's convenient. So these are the reasons that it's becoming popular. A country like Philippines, I don't know if that's something that I'm thinking about. The next part of our research will be virtual tourism may kill the small businesses. I can use your country as a case study. So that's another aspect that we're looking at in the future. Yes, Dr. Said, do you want to add something? Yeah.
If I may?
Yes, please.
The virtual tourism, what Dr. Walid is talking about, let me give you two case studies that is happening recently. One of them is in Europe, the terminal children who are going through terminal illness. For them, there's a company who's designing a virtual tour completely. And what they do, they don't have to leave their hospital beds. So the VR appliances are given to them, and they look into, and that emotionally and immersively, it indicates for them to come into, and they feel their happiness before they go into the terminal aspect of it. So this experiment has been done in Australia as well, in Westmead Hospital. And also in Europe, this is happening. So that is becoming a virtual tourism for especially the hospitalized people who are having terminal illness. So that's a good example. And that's why this research is very important from that aspect as well. Thank you very much.
Another thing I would like to add is that the main aspects of this research is like more on a psychological perspective as well, because so many people are now on social media. And most of the youngster, if we see, they are watching all those programs which might not be good for their mental health even. But if you are engaging yourself into the virtual tourism, I think so it helps you psychologically also to at least see the world around. So many beautiful things are there which you can experience. Okay, if you're fit, you can move around, you have a money, you go and experience through virtual tourism, and then you can go to to those places, and then you can experience this by yourself. But what about those people who don't have the money, or they don't have that health which they can travel, right? So for them, I think so virtual tourism is very good as a stress buster, and also to maintain your mental health, and also you can enjoy everything which maybe some people might be actually going and enjoying. So I think so it can't be 100%, but at least 60% you can satisfy. So that is another very important perspective here.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for your active participation. It looks like, oh, okay, we have one more.
Sorry to disturb you. I was just listening to our keynote speaker, and I did want to ask two questions. There's a lot of representatives in the Philippines here, so perhaps someone else might want to take this on. PAGCOR, that was the PAGCOR. Okay. So what I wanted to ask was, how does PAGCOR look at governance and the mechanism it uses, being both the regulator and the operator of the system? And I wanted to know who they reported to. I've got another question for you as well. So let's try that one first.
Let's answer that first. Thank you, Tom. That has been the conflict in the past, and they are trying to solve it by giving away or privatizing the Casino Filipino brand that we operate. They want to focus on the regulatory function. That's why they are offloading the operations. But it will take a while. It will take a while. It wasn't easy because the licensed casino resorts are also raising that concern. How can you regulate when you operate? But for some stroke of magic, perhaps, genius it may be, I don't know, it existed. But there's a process now that is going based on, we work under the Office of the President of the Philippines. So
Okay, I look at the Australian example, and all of our casinos have been engaged in money laundering, have received various fines of hundreds of millions of dollars, have been the subject of much social debate, and Star Casino and Crown Casino were the two. Star's share prices have gone from $5 down to 10 cents. So private enterprise does need heavy regulation. I don't know what advice to give to the Filipino government, but you've really got to be tough with the private operators.
yes, I've been with the two chairmen already in my stint in PAGCOR. I retired back in 2022. That has been the dilemma. That has been the dilemma. Even the offshore gaming did not even have a way of monitoring the actual income. That's why the president, the President Bongbong Marcos, decided, forget it. You cannot regulate it. You cannot control it. If you can't do that, nothing will happen. Social cost is too high. That's why POGO does not operate anymore in the Philippines, at least those that are legal.
It's interesting you say social cost, because you also said that they donate to charities, and the business ethics question. I've used all the batteries. Oh no, it's come back to me. Thank you very much. The statement we use in business ethics, it's not how you spend your money, but how you make it. And I have an issue with gambling casinos making money and then giving some to charity and saying they're doing the right thing. Also, in Australia, there's evidence that it's the lower socioeconomic people that contribute most to gambling, that spend the money they really can't afford to spend. Is that reflective in the Philippines as well?
Yes, but based on the marketing figure, there are still a lot of VIPs, high rollers, and VVIPs compared to the mass market. So I think that alone, the market of Casino Filipino or the casino industry in the Philippines would always still go for those who can afford it in terms of well, the money that they use up in the casino. But the reason why we really focus on CSR hardcore is because we want to ease the stigma, whether we like it or not. That's why we don't term it gambling. We subtly term it gaming. But then, of course, we all know that it's just one and the same. But just to ease the stigma, we donate a lot. We donate a lot. We're the #3 contributor in the projects of on nation building of the Philippines.
So our clubs have to donate 2% to community, or in New South Wales rather, has to contribute 2%. The contribution that PAGCOR make, is that 2%, 3%?
No, more.
10?
I am not so
That's
sure.
okay. I'm sorry, I don't mean
No,
to
no.
press. It's
Not
good if it's
exactly,
more than
but
2.
it's more than, it's huge. It's huge. Yeah. At least what they contribute to the Philippine Presidential Social Fund is a lot. Is a lot. Yes. Yes, for the Philippine nation building projects. Yeah.
Can I just add on what Doctor said is what you're talking about in terms of percentage, Philippine government and the PEGOR, ex-PEGOR, not anymore, right? They contributed roughly about between 25 to 30% up till 2023-24. And sometimes it has become more than 30% in terms of social building or community building project. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
That's correct. That is more or less where the figure is. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So what an enriching discussion, right? Let's give everyone a round of applause. And to our presenters, thank you so much for joining us on this question and answer session. So we shall now proceed with our next session because we have our next keynote speaker already on board virtually to deliver as his presentation for this afternoon. But before that, please allow me to introduce him. He is an associate professor and program leader in School of Global Hospitality and Tourism, Asia Pacific University of Technology and Innovation in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. He is a visiting professor and external examiner in Medan Tourism Polytechnic. He is a doctoral supervisor in European Global Institute of Innovation and Technology in Malta and Rushford Business School in Switzerland. He received a PhD in Hospitality Management for Disaster and Emergency Planning and Preparedness from University Sains, Malaysia. He worked as an associate professor in Graduate School of Management, Postgraduate Center in Management and Science University in Malaysia as well. He is an assistant professor, Amman Applied University College in Amman, Jordan, senior lecturer and a research coordinator in the School of Hospitality and Creative Arts in Management and Science University in Malaysia, and researcher at Sustainable Tourism Research Cluster in Pulau Pinang, Malaysia. He worked for the Jordanian hospitality industry for 17 years. His teaching and consultancy fields include hospitality management, events management, research methodology, strategic management, and final research projects. His research areas include hospitality management, hotel, tourism, events, emergency planning, disaster management, sustainable development goals, and human resource. He is an active member of several scientific and editorial board of international journals, reviewer, author, and editor for book projects with Emeralds Publishing, Routledge Publishing, Goodfellow Publishing, and IGI Global Publishing. On the topic, emotional intelligence for global hospitality leaders, joining us virtually, please welcome Dr. Ahmad Al-Battat.
Good evening, dear. Thank you so much for your good invitation and good introduction. It will be my pleasure to be with you today. And I was wishing to be with you on site, but the timing was not that much helpful for me. So, of course, while we are talking about the tourism and the metaverse, always we can meet anytime and in any time zone online to share all our collaboration and networking. So today I will be talking about one of the issues that affecting us a lot in the tourism, not only tourism also, but all field of research, and for the researchers in the age of the metaverse, in the and of course all type of online and programs that the researchers started using, especially during and post-pandemic. Of course, before the pandemic, it was there, but the usage was much heavily during and post-pandemic. So, of course. any kind of technology we are using will be having the pros and the cons side, whether it's helping us to create our research and innovation, and whether it is a kind of tool that we are using it negatively and in a wrong way. So let us talk about the topic. I will do my best to finish on time. From the program, I noticed that I have 10 minutes, so I will do my best to finish on based on that. So as a rapid advancement for the artificial intelligence, emergence of the metaverse, we had transferred various fields for the research, including the hospitality and tourism, and of course offering a lot of opportunities for innovation and collaboration and exploration. And those, like a lot of my book projects, especially during and post-pandemic, was talking about the metaverse and connected it with all type of research, and we are having a very much good collaboration worldwide. So the AI continue to evolve, the metaverse become more accessible tools to push the boundaries, traditional research methodologies, and also how this paradigm shift also introduce the new challenges, including the ethical concern, which is a very much important topic that we need to highlight here, and of course the data security, and of course the need for the interdisciplinary expertise while we are conducting the research in our own field. So the issues that happening around despite the promising potential of the AI and the metaverse, those kind of programming poses a lot of several challenges, especially for the ethical consideration, how it raised the question about the data privacy, how the data security and the privacy in the shared virtual space present the risk and the data breaches for the unauthorized access for any kind of sensitive research information. The effective utilization also for those technology, of course, require the collaboration between the expert and for the AI, the virtual reality, and the specific scientific domain, which can be difficult to achieve, especially in the current era. So of course, the resource allocation, also the high cost associated with those kind of tools, the development of the research also can be a barrier, especially when researchers we are coming from the unfunded or underfunded fields or region, and we have also noticed this kind of issue among all countries, not only a few countries or maybe the third world, even for the other countries, which before we was having a lot of funding for the research and the resource allocation, we found that a lot of decrease in those kind of help. Of course, the skill gaps also. A lot of researcher before there was coming from the traditional way of conducting research, and then the AI and the metaverse came sudden to use during and the post-pandemic, and then they was not ready for it yet, and there was not a proper training maybe for them in many institutions that how to use it ethically and how also to secure the information that we are looking for. And of course, the role of the metaverse, that as a revolution for the scientific research, provide the innovative platform and the collaboration, training, experimentation in all fields. All those technology, of course, advancement for the virtual environment become more sophisticated. The potential for the metaverse also to enhance the scientific inquiry and innovation will be continue to grow. Of course, embracing all those current opportunities that may be leading to more effective research practice and also the impact on the society. The virtual collaboration, also the significant shift in how individual and team can be interact, how now we can work remotely, how we can work from all part of the world, like in our research, in our also even I told you as an editor for books, we have a lot of collaboration with all around the world, and we can have a very much good virtual collaboration, especially even as we are doing now here in this conference also. So there is a lot of offers for the interactive spaces that can be beyond the limitation of the physical presence, and of course this collaboration include the benefit, the technologies and the tools, the challenge for the future potential for the research collaboration. So based on the 2024, the top hospitality trends for the technology was more about the voice control hubs, the applications for the artificial intelligence, cloud computing, Internet of Things, the robotic, the big data analytics, AR, VR, and the sustainability, of course, one of the most important topics when we are talking about the hospitality technologies, what emerged before, but it was like more usage and more researchable tools during and the post-pandemic. Of course, the AI tool for in the research having a lot of massive creation for the content and the how we can work into the data. But as we mentioned before, the ethical consideration and the data privacy and security was one of the highest issues that burden the researchers. Of course, as we know that a lot of programs like the DeepSeek, like the ChatGPT, like the Gemini, Copilot, having a lot of issues and usage among the researchers. And then the issue was in a lot of countries that we was discussing and forecasting about them. There was no training about to use those kind of resources, how we can evaluate the logical consideration about the usage of the AI, how the ethical and the social implication also to have the clarity needed to check the fact and the accuracy of the information. And of course, we need to have the human review. Whatever we are getting from the machine, we need to have at the end the human review to double check whether we are receiving the right information, the real information, or how. And of course, there are so many tools for the writing and the scholarly, Grammarly. There are some programs even we was using it from very much quite time before. And of course, a lot of companies, a lot of paraphrasing tools, they are coming to the market to provide their services or to provide their any kind of program we are using, whether it's free, whether we have to pay for the premium usage. And of course, while we need to pay for the premium usage, still we will be sticking with the financial consideration about it. Of course, the referencing we are using since also a quite good time to manage our resources, to manage our references, and it's a very much good tools. But of course, always we are mentioning about how we can make it safe, how we can make it accurate, how we can make it to be into in the hand of the people. But of course, we have to provide for them very much good training how to use it, rather than to drop all those kind of program to them, and at the end we are asking them to use it without any proper training. Then they will be using those kind of program in the wrong way and just only copy and paste, and then using in their assignment, in their research, and their book chapters. And even when we are receiving the book chapters for our book project, we found that a lot of them, they are using the AI. Like sometimes we are reaching like around even 80–90% the report will give for the similarity when we are double check about the chapters before we are considered for the review process or not. So of course it will be needed to reject those kind of chapters, those kind of writing, and not encouraging them to do this kind of behaviors. Of course, we can use the technology, but we need to have the proper training, and we need to have the proper ethics how to use it. So the in conclusion, for this kind of very much interested topic, not only for the researcher, even for the lecturer, even for the teachers, as even our students also, even our undergraduate students, school students also, they become having the good knowledge about those kind of program, but of course they don't have the proper training and how to be ethical while using it. So those kind of transformation in the research enable a lot of data analytics and also the modeling, the analysis to provide the deep insight for the traveler behavior and references. The metaverse as a research frontier also offer a novel platform for the experiential research, as just now the very much great discussion before about the metaverse and the tourism, and actually it was our book, me and Prof. Marco Valery last year with the Springer about the metaverse and tourism. It was a very much good experience for us also to know all those kind of experiences for the virtual tourism, the consumer interaction, and the immersive technologies in the travel and decision making. We had also some other project with IGI Global, and also it was a very much successful and indexed program books. I mean. And of course, the AI-driven research also to help to uncover the pattern for the customer data, also the development for the hyper-personal services, experiences, they provide the sandbox for testing those kind of innovation and control the virtual environment. And just now, when Prof mentioned about even the healthcare and the metaverse, it was also a very much interesting topic that maybe we need to have more research about it, and inviting the contributors all over the world to have a very much good research and contribution about it. So, of course, the real world scenario from the metaverse tourism, just now, as mentioned in the discussion, also allow the researchers stimulate the hospitality environment, the virtual hotel, the destination, to study the guest behavior, the service design, the operational efficiency, also without the real world constraint. And then while they are having these ideas, they can decide to visit the real destination also. It will be a very much good topic even for the marketing research, for tourism marketing also, how we can have a very much good experience, virtual experience for the tourists, to have the perceived value for them, and then to make them willing to visit the destination. And of course, the ethical and the inclusive research will be very much important for the research addressing those kind of concerns for the data privacy, the digital accessibility, the ensure the inclusive and responsible outcomes. And the interdisciplinary collaboration also in the hospitality and tourism research. As we know that the tourism and the hospitality research, we are very much friendly user for all kind of research, all kind of discipline. So we can have a very much good collaboration with any kind of topics like computer science, psychology, marketing, sustainability, and so on. Because we are, as we mentioned, we are very much friendly people. We are very much friendly industry, and we accept all type of people, all type of researchers to work together. So the future research direction will have, of course, the situation keep growing, the analysis for the virtual travel experiences also, as mentioned just now by the Prof. They doing the first the qualitative content analysis, and of course after that it will be a very much good experience to have the quantitative or maybe mixed methodology research, and the role of also the sustainable tourism practices to present those kind of opportunities for the future research. As a final remark, it's not the metaverse. It's not about reshaping the hospitality industry, but redefining how we can conduct the research in the field. Embracing those kind of technologies also, the researcher can unlock the new dimension for the understanding, for the innovation, for the impact, paving the way a more connected, immersive future in the travel and the hospitality. So the new technology keep coming, so we need to keep up to date in our research, in our understanding and collaboration. So with this, I would like to thank you so much for having me today, and it will be my own pleasure and to be with you always, and to have a very much good collaboration in the near future. And I'll come back to you, Mr. MC, for thank you so much, of course, for inviting me, for having the good collaboration together. Thank you so much, and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ahmad. Let's give him a round of applause, please. And we hope that you'll get to join us on site someday. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And now we shall proceed with our second technical session, finally. To lead us through the presentations, please join me in welcoming our session chair for this session, the esteemed campus director of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Pulilan Campus, Director Marilyn Isip.
Thank you, Sir Chris. pleasant afternoon to each and every one. Although it's raining, but the hot and the dynamic discussion in this room, no? Feel na feel. All right. So esteemed guests, presenters, and colleagues, ayan. First of all, in behalf of our Pulilan, Bulacan Municipal Mayor, Maria Rosario Ochoa Montejo, who is always very supportive on this partnership and collaboration journey with the Academia Research Lab. Our deepest appreciation for the opportunity given to us. And thank you so much. So globalization, as we all know, has irrevocably changed the landscape, demanding leaders who are not only adept at managing hotels and resorts, but also at navigating complex international market, innovation, understanding diverse culture across the country. So actually, it has been mentioned by the researchers this morning, and the fostering sustainable practices, global leadership in this field, I believe, requires a unique blend of business acumen, cultural sensitivity, and the commitment to ethical and responsible operations. The future of hospitality and tourism hinges on our ability to cultivate leaders, scholars, and researchers who can anticipate, or what we call now the futures, or the plural of futures, no, the futures with S, on the hospitality and the management arena, and eventually adapt to evolving trends, leverage technology to enhance guest experiences, as our keynote speaker mentioned a while ago, and the champion innovation while preserving the authenticity of the local cultures. This requires a holistic approach to education and training, fostering critical thinking, problem-solving skills, and a deep understanding of the global dynamics. So let us embrace and challenge the challenges and opportunities that lies ahead, working together to shape a future where hospitality and tourism contribute to global prosperity and cultural understanding. And so, therefore, I definitely agree with, of course, Professor Bong Quintana mentioned that the collaborative leadership, through collaborative leadership, fosters an environment where every voice is heard and every perspective is valued. So without further ado, allow me to introduce the first presenter. Okay. With a paper titled Sowing Seeds of Sustainable Hospitality, Impact of Agritourism in NSW. May I call on Ms. Elizabeth Muturi. Let's give her a big hand of applause.
Thank you. Is it working? It's not working. Okay, cool. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Much better. So my name is Liz Muturi, and my topic is Sowing Seeds of Sustainable Hospitality and the Impact of Agritourism in New South Wales. So the bio, please. Full screen. Better. Thank you. So like I've said, I'm Liz Muturi, and my background is actually in sales management and client relations. Very passionate in the leadership space. But I love the topic because the topic is on global leadership in hospitality. So leadership is a part of it, regardless of which industry you're in. I have been in the industry for the past 15 years, running different organizations around tech space, operations in the sustainable development space. And right now I am a full-time Masters of International Business student based in Sydney. My co-author is a renowned academician. We have had a lot of introduction about him. So allow me to just mention that my co-author is Dr. Said, my mentor. And I'm delighted to be here. Thank you. So I have the abstract on my paper, and I will go straight to my introduction by asking, I know we've just had lunch and we've been here for too long. So as a corporate trainer, I allow me to do this. How many of us in our countries were impacted by COVID-19? Show of hands. Maria, was your country impacted by COVID-19? Awesome. All of us. Was there a lockdown in your countries? Exactly. For 2 years. And I've heard a few other speakers before me mention the impacts of COVID-19 in their different papers as they were giving their conversations. So some of the facts that came out during my research are this: 70% drop in revenues and millions of jobs losses during COVID-19 when the whole world went under lockdown. Okay? There was a need to come up with sustainable tourism, sustainable operations in any form of industry that was running at the time, because the pandemic brought the whole world to its knees. And I've heard a few speakers before us talk about post-pandemic, some of the ideas and processes that have come into play. And one of them is in New South Wales, they have a very ambitious plan that I'll discuss in the next slide. But before that, I want to explain, part of my topic is talking about agri-tourism. And so I have a definition, and there's quite a number of wide array of definitions for what agritourism is. But any of you had or have an idea on what agritourism is? Anyone? What do you think? Yes, engineer. What is agritourism?
Basically, in agritourism, we invite people to learn agriculture. It's not a part of tourism. You can make it as like it, but in a different perspective, I will see is as a teaching and as a process which you can hand over to the people who are very new to it. And this is not about only livelihood, but also it clears about many future scope and options for you in the life. So how I see this.
Thank you very much for that. Anyone else? What do you think agritourism is? Any other takers? Yes, please.
And a specific, crop, like in the Philippines, it's existing already.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. So how many of us are farmers? Show of hands. Anyone into farming? Look at that. Only 3 people in the whole room are into farming. How many of us eat? The whole room. So that's essentially what agritourism is. We want to change the mindset from the definition here. It's a form of recreation that involves traveling to the rural areas, the countryside, and engaging in agricultural activities. We want more people to be, well, the effect of the definition is seeking more people to be more involved in the agricultural space. And you're doing that and getting a more experiential experience. We have a presenter in the morning who mentioned that. Excursions and agritourism is a form of experiential industry in the hospitality space, where we would like more people more involved. And so some of the examples of what agritourism is, we've seen vineyard tours, the examples you've given, going to the farms and actively being involved, relaxation at the retreats, as well as hobby farming. Thank you. So with that in mind, New South Wales has not been left far behind. They currently have a very ambitious plan to grow their tourism revenues, by 91 billion. And one of the ways they are mentioning they want to do this is through experiential tourism. And agritourism falls under that category of experiential tourism, where they're currently at, as at 2024, the revenues were standing at, based on the research, at 54 billion. But now they want to grow that by close to 40%. And they're talking about job creation. They're talking about conferences, inviting more conferences to be available in the New South Wales, among many other ideas. So agritourism will be one of the ways that can be utilized to realize this goal that they have at the moment. So I have a case insight, which was quite amazing. That was around the agritourism. And the case insight was a visit to the vineyards, which we gave as an example of what agritourism is. And in the New South Wales, there is regions such as Mudgee and the surrounding area and Hunter Valley, which was also mentioned earlier on, wine regions that have a lot of boutique wineries that produce different types of wines. So when you visit there, they give you wine tours, they give you wine tasting, they give you a brief on the winemaking process. And this is just an example that can easily be replicated. So it's not just about the wine, it can be any other farm that is producing a different form of agricultural produce. It can be even in the same. Remember the question I asked earlier, how many of us are into farming? Only 2 hands were up. So if there was a different form of agriculture, that a farmer that will open up the doors and allow you guys to see the process behind the scenes on how it's produced, then from what an earlier presenter talked about in the morning, you're more inclined and aligned to want to consider using or utilizing that service in the near future. So some of the research gaps that we identified were that there's very, very limited research around this content. Not many people have covered the secondary research around what agritourism is in the New South Wales. And in that case, we are hoping to then examine the agritourism role in sustainable tourism. Another research aim that we have is to consider what is the socio-economic impact in agritourism in rural New South Wales, because with more traffic that will be moving to the regional areas of New South Wales, the higher the revenue that the regions would generate. Please go back one slide. And you notice on the inside that I had shared earlier, one of the ways based on the aim that I mentioned, Mudgee has an approximate population of only 25,000 people. However, they attract annually 650,000 people into their region. That is a form of traffic based on the tourists that are flowing in there just to experience the different wineries that exist in Mudgee. And this example is replicated in Hunter Valley. And the speaker in the morning talked about taking students for exactions there, that word. And they are therefore able to get more people involved. And this helps with bringing in the domestic tourists, whereby if there's high or low seasons, you can utilize the domestic tourists and find ways to encourage more people to be involved. Thank you. Next 2 slides. Next. Yeah, thank you. So our research question that we want to focus on, and this is an ongoing paper, is what are the socioeconomic impacts of agritourism in rural New South Wales? And the other question that we edited is, how would agritourism play an impact on sustainable hospitality? So the challenges and opportunities were market awareness. Like I asked earlier, how many of us are into farming? Only 2 hands. So not many people are aware that they can actually utilize this form of tourism. You've said that in the Philippines, it's becoming a big thing right now. So we want to create the market awareness. The challenge now is not many people know that that is a form of tourism. Going to a farm can be a form of tourism, not just going to the beach or traveling out of the country. Regulations in place are a challenge. Then seasonal limitations, whereby some of the produce are not all year. And so that would mean there would be dips and highs and lows within the area and within the industry. And the opportunities, and I love this word, has come up a lot today, collaboration. So collaboration between the farmers and tourists, companies, collaboration between different players in different industries to make this a reality. And another opportunity again is the marketing based on the challenge that currently exists. Okay, so our research methodology is going to be the mixed methodology, where we want to utilize the quantitative approach of using surveys and secondary data. But like we've mentioned, it's very limited. There's very limited secondary data. And it's for that reason that our research will also be looking to go on the primary aspect of it. So visit more wineries, taste more wines. But essentially, we want to look into how can we grow this and get the relevant data that is needed. And number 12, that's the last slide, please. And in conclusion, to sow the seeds for the robust future harvests, we want to encourage more people, more farmers to consider opening up their farms to allow other people to see like what's behind the curtain. Can we see how you run through the whole process? When we went to the wine visit, they allow you, you see the old process of stepping on where they step on the grapes to produce the wines. So when you experience that, we want to encourage more farmers to be able to open up their doors and allow people to come in and experience the whole process on how they run their production. And agritourism creates a sustainable merge between agriculture and hospitality, like I have said. And lastly, the one SDG that came to mind that would benefit from utilizing agritourism would be the Sustainable Development Goal number 8, which is decent work and economic growth, where for our farmers, they get an alternative form of revenue generation, where it's not just from the farm produce that they're producing, but would also be from opening up their doors and allowing people to have a look at how they run their processes. Thank you very much. That's the end of my.
Thank you so much, Ms. Matsuri, for, of course, introducing us the agritourism of the rural areas in the New South Wales. Thank you so much. For the next presenter, let me for the virtual presenter. Okay, we have a next presenter, virtual presenter. The paper titled Research on Passenger Satisfaction of Beijing Guangzhou High-Speed Railway based on IPA method. Let us all welcome Zhao Xiaohui.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's me. Okay.
All right. Let's give her a big hand of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from China, and now I'm studying in Masha University. Today, it's my honor to be here to present my research title, Research on Passenger Satisfaction, Analysis of Beijing to Guangzhou High-Speed Railway based on IPA method. And could you please show the record for me? Okay, thank you. It's my honor to be here to introduce my article. The title of my article is The Research on Passenger Satisfaction of Beijing to Guangzhou High-Speed Railway based on IPA method. Yeah, I'm Zhao Xiaohui, and guided by Rashido Haku. It's my self-introduction. I am a PhD student of Masha University and also a teacher of Wuhan Technology and Business University of China. Here is my connect email. And about the article's purpose, it just addressed the critical challenge of services quality optimization in China high-speed railway section by evaluation passenger satisfaction dynamic on Beijing to Guangzhou high-speed railway. It identified gap between passengers' expectation and services performance to inform strategy improvement. And about the methodology, it just using the importance and performance analysis framework, a structured survey of 114 passengers, assessed 51 service indicators across 6 dimensions, including environmental quality, services efficiency, safety, and so on. Satisfactor analyze priorities, actionable insights. And about the finding, there are 3 main findings. The first automatic ticketing and cabin spatial design out performance expectation. Deficiencies in station accessibility, seating comfort, and real-time information system demanded urgent intervention. Services attitude refinement and tailored and amenities offered untapped potential for enhancing experiential value. This study proposes an innovation data-driven framework for rail services optimization, bridging academic evaluation with industry practice. The actionable strategies targeting infrastructure upgrades and passenger-centric services design provide a replicable model for enhancing competitiveness involving transportation ecosystems. The article's contents about the introduction, research methods, passenger satisfaction analysis, strategies for improvements, and conclusions. About the introduction, first is just introduce the background of China. Since 2008, China's high-speed railway network has been in gradual development, and it has become an important model of transportation due to its efficiency and convenience. So the passenger satisfaction is very important. It deserves to do some research of it. And after do the literature analyze, the research just want to enhance the services quality. I mean, it just aims to construct an evaluation system for high-speed railway services quality based on passenger satisfaction. It will help identify areas for improvement and provide strategies to enhance the overall travel experience. And by analyzing passenger satisfaction, the study will propose targeted suggestions to improve the market competitiveness of the Beijing-Guangzhou high-speed railway, contributing to its sustainable development in the transportation market. And about the research methods, the questionnaire design, the included indicators such as environmental conditions, service levels, information circulation, safeguarding measures, and so on. And about the data connecting, a total of 120 questionnaires were distributed online with 114 valid responses. And then about the model application, it's the IPA model, and then the data processing, just to use the software SPSS. And about passenger satisfaction analyzing, we just describe the demographic data and travel motivations. And about the IPA matrix plays different services elements into 4 quadrants. The Beijing to Guangzhou high-speed railway performance well in the advantage and keep areas, but has opportunities for improvement in the opportunity in improvement quadrants. About the strategies for the improvements, it needs to enhancing services quality, about the influence traction improvement, improving the station's facilities such as waiting area and network coverage is crucial. Providing clear directional signs and comfortable seating will enhance the overall travel experience and services optimization. Enhance the quality of services like catering and entertainment system will meet passengers' expectation. Regular maintenance of train and stations will ensure safety and reliability. And the tickets channels, expanding online tickets capabilities and improving the efficiency of manual and automatic ticket system will reduce waiting times. Implementing a diversifying payment system will provide convenience for passengers. About the brand building, it should strengthen the brand image through effective marketing and public relations activities will attract more passengers. Utilizing new media platform for real-time interaction and information dissemination will enhance brand visibility. About the conclusion, this research provides an in-depth analysis of passenger satisfaction on the Beijing to Guangzhou high-speed railway. It identified key areas for improvement and offering practice strategies to enhance services quality and marketing competitiveness. And continue monitoring the passenger satisfaction and implicating feedback materials will enhance ongoing improvements. Further research can explore the impact of technological advancement on passengers' experience and services delivery. Okay. Also, there are some limits of this research about the geography scope, sample constraint. So, in the future, I will try to expand the sample to including diversity passenger profiles and multiple rail lines or integrated mixed methods, or can try to conduct a longitudinal study to track the satisfaction shift post improvement, and can try to compare findings with global high-speed rail. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much with that important performance analysis method. I can imagine how fast the tourist can travel from one province to another. Okay, so thank you again, Ms. Shao.
Thank you.
Shao
Thank you.
Wig. Thank you so
Deng
much.
Xiaohui.
Next presenter, with a paper titled Accessibility Compliance Status of Facilities in Selected Casual Dining Restaurants for PWD or Person with Disabilities in District 1, Parañaque City, Metro Manila. Let's call in Miss Ira K. D. Mahinay. Is it a virtual presentation? Okay.
Inclusion is not just a principle, it is a practice. Yet for many millions of persons with disabilities, that promise is broken every day in most ordinary places like restaurants. We live in a time where accessibility is required by law, but still treated as optional in practice. Across Asia, studies reveals that many restaurants fall short of accessibility standards. For example, only 44% of restaurants in Taiwan's tourism areas meet these requirements, by Cheng 2020. Similarly, research in Philippines shows that many dining establishment restaurants remain only moderately accessible, often missing key features like grab bars, ramps, and parking areas for persons with disabilities. This is according to Gay et al. 2020 and Banade et al. 2024. In the Philippines setting, Batas Pambansa Bilang 344 are also known as the Accessibility Law, which mandates the physical access requirements for PWDs, and the Republic Act 7277 or Magna Carta for Disabled Persons that protects the right of PWDs. This raises a critical question. Are our public spaces, especially our dining spaces, are truly built for everyone? That's why we conducted our research titled Accessibility Compliance Status of Facilities in Selected Casual Dining Restaurants for Persons with Disabilities in District 1, Parañaque City, Metro Manila. I'm Myra Kadeen Mahinay, the head researcher, and together with me to enlighten this research are Rica May P. Domingo and Hannah Joy C. Merida. We are fourth-year hospitality management student at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque campus. Under the guidance of our advisor, Ms. Mila Joy J. Martinez, we aim to highlight both the progress and the ongoing challenges faced by PWDs in dining spaces. This study supports the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 9, Industry and Infrastructure, SDG 10, Reducing Inequalities, and SDG 11, Making Cities Inclusive and Accessible for All. Based on the research graph presented, here are our objectives: to determine the demographic profile of PWD customers, to assess their experience in rating of restaurants' facilities based on accessibility law, to evaluate the actual compliance of selected casual dining restaurants through on-site observation, and to propose recommendations that will help improve these facilities. And those questions led the researchers to answer the objectives. To achieve this, we surveyed 154 PWD customers and assessed 7 casual dining restaurants through on-site observation. This study employed a mixed method approach, gathering quantitative data through a 5-point Likert scale survey of 154 PWD participants and qualitative data via on-site observation in 7 restaurants using an adapted compliance checklist based on Batas Pambansa Bilang 344, or also known as the Accessibility Law. Before data collection, the researchers obtained ethical clearance from the PUP, University Research Ethical Clearance, or the UREC, and secured written consent from both restaurants and the PWD respondents. This research used purposive sampling to select 7 out of 10 qualified standalone casual dining restaurants in District 1, Parañaque City, while convenience sampling was applied to recruit willing PWD customers who had dined at the selected casual dining restaurants. For the result of this research on both PWD customer survey and on-site observation checklist of the researchers, several features received high accessibility ratings and were consistently punctually compliant. As you can see, the corridors, doors and entrances, seating accommodation, and PWD parking and walkways receive high mean ratings, meaning that all restaurants are generally compliant. However, PWD parking must be prioritized in all establishments. Another key finding of this study is that among the identified accessibility gaps, signage had the highest level. However, ramps, washroom, and handrails emerged as the areas most in need of urgent attention due to their lower accessibility. This study shows that accessibility is still treated as optional. While some features meet legal standards, many fall short, compromising the safety and dignity of persons with disabilities. True inclusion means being able to park, enter, and use facilities independently and with respect. These 7 restaurants reveal a mix of visual compliance but continued functional exclusion. The researchers urge casual dining establishments, local authorities, and policymakers to act now, not just to meet the legal requirements, but to honor the fundamental rights of every person. This study has practical implications for several key sectors. For restaurants and the entire food industry, this is more than just a reminder to fix ramps or handrails. This is a call to strictly follow the standards to build spaces that truly include everyone. For local governments and legislators, this is a call to strictly enforce Batas Pambansa Bilang 344, or also known the Accessibility Law, by ensuring building permits meet accessibility standards and conducting regular audits to turn the law into real. For persons with disabilities, this study speaks up for your right to belong, not just to be let in, but truly feel at home. And for future researchers, should expand to more restaurants and explore how technology, like digital menus and voice ordering, and tools like Braille menus truly improve independence and experience for people with disabilities. To wrap up, most casual dining restaurants in District of Parañaque City show compliance in basic areas like doors and entrances and seating accommodations. However, key facilities such as washroom, ramps, handrails, and parking areas still lack full accessibility. This shows that while progress exists, implementation remains incomplete. Accessibility should not be treated as just a requirement, but as a commitment to inclusion, safety, and dignity for all. Inclusion begins with a choice to care, not just to comply. If even one person struggles to move through our spaces, it means those spaces are not truly built for everyone. Because when we design for accessibility, we design for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. Mahinay and your co-authors. So it is a big challenge for the LGU of Parañaque City to strictly enforce the accessibility law for our PWD customers. All right, for the next presenter, again, is a virtual presenter, a paper titled The Study Exploring Concept of Tourism, Hospitality in Healthcare Organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Mahed Saleh Al Saif. Hello. All right, let's give a round of applause for our next presenter. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everybody. My name is Majid Al Saif, and my supervisor is Dr. Rashid Al Haq. Today, I'm going to talk about a study exploring concept of tourism, hospitality, and healthcare organization in Saudi Arabia. In my introduction, tourism, hospitality, and healthcare refers to the integration of hospitality, a principle such as comfort, service, and patient-centered care into medical organization. In Saudi Arabia, this concept is gaining momentum as the country seeks to enhance patient experience and position itself as leading destination for medical and wellness tourism. Why hospitality matters in healthcare? It enhances patient satisfaction and comfort and reduce stress and aids in recovery, builds hospital reputation and patient loyalty, improve staff satisfaction and retention. Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Health and regulatory bodies like SIPAHI are driving improvement in hospitality standards to ensure high-quality patient experience. Medical and wellness tourism in Saudi Arabia. Medical and wellness tourism involves traveling to receive medical care or wellness service. In Saudi Arabia, this includes both citizen and international visitors. The country offers specialized medical treatment and wellness program, often combined with tourism activities, making it an attractive destination for health travelers. Economic and strategic importance. Medical and wellness tourism contributes significantly to Saudi Arabia economy due to the high tourist spending and longer stays. It's part of the National Tourism Development Strategy, supporting economic growth, job creation, and diversification away from oil dependency. Vision 2030 and healthcare transformation. Saudi Vision 2030 aims to transform healthcare by improving infrastructure, technology, and patient care. The government is investing in new hospitals, expanding bed capacity, and promoting private sector participation to support the growing demand for specialized treatment and medical tourism. Growth of medical tourism market. Saudi Arabia's medical tourism market was valued at $0.20 billion in 2024 and is projected to reach $0.68 billion by 2030, growing at CAGR of 22.5%. Key drivers include expertise in cardiology, orthopedics, organ transplant, and cancer treatment, as well as comprehensive medical tourism package. Challenges and future direction. Complex visa procedure for international patients, competition from established medical tourism destination, addressing these issues, and continuing to invest in hospital and innovation will be key to sustaining growth and global competitiveness. Conclusion, Saudi Arabia is redefining healthcare by integration tourism hospitality into its hospitals and clinics. This approach enhances patient experience, support economic growth, and aligns with Vision 2030 goals. With ongoing investment and regulatory support, the Kingdom is poised to become a leading destination for medical and wellness tourism in the region by 2030. Thank you for listening and have a good day.
All right, thank you for that information that medical and wellness tourism in Saudi Arabia is a part and parcel of the National Development Strategy to attract more tourists in their country. Okay, thank you again, Mr. Al Saif. Are we going to continue or a coffee break? Continue first. All right. Now for our next presenter, it's the paper titled Assessing the Influence of the Filipino Brand of Service Excellence, or the FBSE program on competency enhancement among frontline employees. Now for our next presenter, in Alabang. So let us all welcome Ms. Julina Bacor. Assessing the influence of the Filipino. Okay, you're now. You may proceed now. Assessing the influence of the Filipino.
Every world-class
Okay,
hospitality
you're now,
experience is not just a skill, but a heart. And in the Philippines, that heart
You may
has a
proceed
name.
now.
The Filipino brand of service excellence.
Assessing the
According to the study
influence of the
Filipino
Filipino.
2017 Filipino
Okay,
that
you're
will
now.
provide rooted in cultural
You may proceed
values.
now.
That is why the researchers came up with excellence.
Assessing the
According to the study
influence of the
Filipino
Filipino.
2017 Filipino
Okay,
that will
you're
provide
now.
Behind every world-class hospitality experience is not just a skill, but a heart. And in the Philippines, that heart has a name. The Filipino brand of service excellence. According to the study of Yucamosino 2017, Filipinos are globally recognized for providing compassionate service, a service from the heart, which is deeply rooted in cultural values. That is why the researchers came up with our study titled Assessing the Influence of the Filipino Brand of Service Excellence, or FBSE program, on competency enhancement among employees in selected hotels in Alabang. Mabuhay! I am Julina Bacor with my co-authors, Mary Joy Austria and Mary Lord de los Santos. We are students of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus, with the guidance of our research advisor, Ms. Mila Joy J. Martinez. The Filipino Brand of Service Excellence, or FBSE, was launched by the Department of Tourism, or DOT, in 2023 to uplift the standard of service across the country's tourism and hospitality sectors. From the initial training of 13,000 workers in its early years, the program has rapidly expanded. In 2023 alone, more than 100,000 tourism workers were trained. Specifically, as of December 21, 2023, a total of 126,343 tourism workers have undergone FBSE training. The program's reach spans across several regions in the country, including Caraga, Bicol, Central Luzon, and Eastern Visayas, with the support of 79 active trainers nationwide. This demonstrates the FBSE's significant role in improving service quality and professional growth across the country. The 7M of the Filipino Brand of Service Excellence: Makamayikha, or God-centered; Makatao, or pro-people; Makakalikasan, or nature-caring; Makabansa, or patriotic; Masayahin, or joyful; May Bayanihan, or community-spirited; at May Pag-asa, or optimistic. This study supports with Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG. Sustainable Development Goal 4, Quality Education. Sustainable Development Goal 8, Decent Work and Economic. This study was driven by 3 research gaps. First, limited study on the link between Filipino cultural values and service performance. According to the study of Castillo and Genvesa 2018, Filipino cultural values serve as an implicit foundation for customer service interaction, but undervalued in competency frameworks. Second, the absence of longitudinal data on competency improvement. According to the study of Reyes and Gentao 2019, it found that while pre-test and post-test showed short-term gains, they could not measure long-term skill retention. Third, the implementation challenges of FBSE across diverse work environments. According to the study of Gonzalez and Manalo 2022, identified skill gaps in program fidelity due to differing interpretations of FBSE module among trainers and the research that mentioned, here's the main objective of the study that will answer the research questions. First is to assess the impact of the FBSE training on employees. Second is to evaluate the overall competency enhancement. Third is to identify the skill gap for future enhancement. To answer the research questions, the researchers used mixed method approach: qualitative data and quantitative data. For quantitative data, measured the influence of FBSE on specific competencies through validated constructed survey questionnaire based on 7M service excellence. It was analyzed using mean and median. Through qualitative data, it captured the employee's perspective on remaining skill gaps and training limitations. The researchers used an open-ended survey. Responses were analyzed using thematic analysis through manual coding. This study used purposive sampling technique to select 127 frontline employees from 7 DOT accredited 3 to five-star hotels in Alabang who completed at least 3 months of FBSC training. Participants include front desk, F&B, and other customers. Moving on to the key findings of our study, the section 1 shows the assessment on the influence of FBSC program on customer service. First, we have community spirited or May Bayanihan received a mean score of 4.46. Gag Center or Makamaylikha and Pro People or Makatao received mean score of 4.44. Next, we have Joyful or Masayahin and Optimistic or May Pag-asa received a mean score of 4.43. These service excellence recorded the highest score. However, we have Nature Caring or Makakalikasan and Patriotic or Makabansa, which received the lowest mean score of 3.71, indicating potential areas for further development. The overall mean score of influence of FBSC program on customer service competency is 4.42, which interpreted as strongly agree. Problem solving 4.66, teamwork 4.77, emotional intelligence 4.66, and commitment to service excellence 4.76. The overall mean score across all competency was 4.72, which was interpreted as strongly agree. These enhanced skills contributed directly to better customer outcomes. As skill gaps, it is recommended to enhance the FBSC training programs through adding particular training in first, customer service and communication. Second, handling high demand situation. Third, time management. And lastly, stress management and composure. This will enhance customer satisfaction and the indications of our studies. First, we have hospitality students. FBSC promote integrating Filipino values with service skills to meet industry standards. Second is we have industry professional. It reinforces the importance of ongoing FBSC-based training. Third, hotel owners are encouraged to invest value-based training to improve service quality and staff retention. Lastly, for the DOT, it is urged to refine and expand the FBSC to strengthen its role as national service standard. As we conclude, our study affirms that the Filipino brand of service excellence is more than a trend. It is a transformative movement. It elevates the frontline hospitality by merging world-class service skills with deeply rooted Filipino values. But this is only the beginning. To stay ahead, we must continuously enhance and expand the FBSC program, ensuring that every Filipino hospitality professional remains both highly competent and proudly Filipino. FBSC is not just a program, it is a national movement, one that empowers, inspires, and defines the future of Filipino hospitality. Maraming salamat and mabuhay.
Okay, maraming salamat and mabuhay. So not only Filipinos, but it is also a must that frontline employees should have this service excellence all the time. Thank you so much, Miss Julina Bacor and her co-authors. Thank you. And for everyone here, you may take your coffee outside and come back afterwards. We do not have that so much time to let you out. Okay, so please get your coffee and your snack outside and come back. Then we will play the next presenter. Okay, thank you so much. I will have also my toilet. All right, please unmute your mic. All participants in our virtual, all our virtual participants, thank you so much. Yeah, let us resume. All right. Everyone, please come in now so we may continue. Is it virtual again? All right. Please get ready. Get ready for our virtual presenter, Wang Haibao. Are you there already? Mamayla, can we ask them to come in already? Thank you. You may bring your coffee here inside and your snack. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay. Our next presenter, the paper titled Market Opportunities in Niche Tourism Under China's Visa-Free Policy and the Sino-US Trade War by Mr. Wang Haibao and Dr. Rashidul Haque. Let's give them a big hand of applause for our next presenter. Thank you.
Short-term urban tourism. Hello, everyone. My title of article is Market Opportunities in Niche Tourism and China's Visa-Free Policy and the Sino-US Trade War. This research was conducted by my supervisor and me. We are both from Marshall University of Malaysia. This paper examines market opportunities in China's shopping, medical, and short-term urban tourism amid visa-free policies and the Sino-US trade war. It finds that policy changes and cost advantages have enhanced the competitiveness of the tourism industry, creating favorable conditions for niche tourism growth. The outbreak of the China-US tariff war has affected the global economic landscape. Bilateral economic and trade relations and industrial chain layout in order to mitigate the adverse impacts brought about by the trade disputes. China has implemented policies such as visa-free entry and tax refund upon departure to stimulate the demand of international tourists to visit China. This research is based on the background of the tariff war and China's tourism policies. Exploring market opportunities in shopping, medical treatment, and short-term urban tourism. It provides a basis for tourism enterprises to optimize their products and marketing and enhance their competitiveness. At the same time, it offers reference for the government to formulate scientific policies and promote the high quality development of the tourism industry. During the analysis process, we referred to the research funding of many previously scholars, such as studies on the relationship between tariff changes and the prices of imported goods. The relationship between trade frictions and cross-border tourism. The impact of visa-free policies on international tourism. As well as the factors influencing cross-border shopping tourism and medical tourism. This study breaks through the limitations of previous single policy research, reviews the internal operating mechanism of the tourism market and the changing policy environment from the perspective of multi-policy coordination. Systematically analyzes its impact on the submarkets of shopping, medical treatment, and short-term urban tourism, and provides new ideas and methods for tourism market research. Is in the Sino-US medical tourism market stem from three major differences. One, cost advantage. Two, the technological gap has narrowed. Three, prominent convenience in seeking medical treatment. The opportunities in the Sino-US shopping tourism market mainly stem from the following 3 points. One, cost advantages in the tariff war. Two, comprehensive attractiveness of the Chinese market. Three, consumer psychology drive. Rising US prices shift cost-effective shopping in China. The opportunities in the Sino-US short-term urban tourism market mainly stem from the following 2 points. One, the trade war stimulates the desire for exploration. Two, driven by the convenience of visa-free policies. The conclusion is the trade war has prompted American consumers to seek better value for money in shopping, while China's visa-free and tax refund policies have lowered the threshold for tourism. Together, these factors are driving the development of niche tourism markets, shopping and medical services, as well as the cultural appeal of urban
All right, Mr. Wang.
tourism.
Mr. Wong, your 10 minutes is over.
provide differentiated
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Okay, of course, the snitch tourism under China's visa-free policy and the Sino-US trade war presents both an opportunities and challenges. But for sure, it's very effective for China in their market tourism. Okay, thank you so much. Next presenter, we have the relationship of sustainable practices with guest awareness and satisfaction in selected hotels in Parañaque City. May I call on Ms. Sophia Nicole J. Ocampo, our next virtual presenter. Okay, let's hear it now.
Imagine a world where the air is clean, water is abundant, energy is sufficient, and an industry full of life and opportunity. Fascinating, isn't it? In the midst of resource depletion and climate change, will the hospitality industry thrive to supply the growing demands of environmentally conscious guests to be verified as responsible hospitality? According to United Nations World Tourism Organization 2021, guests are becoming more aware of environmental issues and prefer hotels that minimize their impact on the planet, which makes sustainability in the hospitality industry important. That is mainly the reason why the researchers Sophia Ocampo, alongside my co-authors Miki Salazar and Mizanet Villaverde, and with the guidance of our esteemed advisor Dr. Alejandro D. Magtaya, we came up with this study titled The Relationship of Sustainable Practices with Guest Awareness and Satisfaction in Selected Hotels in Parañaque City. Good afternoon. According to United Nations World Tourism Organization 2021, the hospitality industry has increasingly recognized the importance of sustainability practices in addressing environmental concerns and meeting the growing demand for responsible tourism. This study addressed environmental challenges through a multifaceted approach supporting three United Nations Sustainable Development Goals: SDG 11 for Sustainable Cities and Community, SDG 12 for Responsible Consumption and Production, and SDG 13 as a climate action. According to Berezan et al. 2020, hotels play a significant role in this movement by adopting sustainable initiatives such as energy-efficient technologies, waste reduction strategies, water conservation, and eco-friendly guest services. These practices not only align with the values of environmentally conscious guests, but also contribute to environmental preservation. While many hotels have adopted sustainability initiatives, there are still gaps presented in this study. First is, according to Olya et al. 2020, there is a limited study on how these practices are perceived by guests. Second, according to Lee et al. 2021, the level of guest awareness and its influence and satisfaction remains unclear, creating a gap in understanding whether sustainability efforts are effectively communicated and valued by hotel guests. To address the research gaps presented, the researchers aim to do the IAAP, or first is to investigate the sustainable practices implemented by selected hotels in Parañaque City. Second is to assess the guest level of awareness and their satisfaction. And third is to analyze the relationship between hotel sustainable practices with guests' awareness and satisfaction. And finally, to provide recommendations to enhance sustainability-driven strategies in the hospitality industry. In order to gather necessary data, the researchers employed a structured survey questionnaire adapted from the Kana et al.'s 2017 study titled Sustainability Practices in the Hotel Industry, a study on guest awareness and satisfaction. Furthermore, this study obtained ethical clearance from the University Research Ethics Committee, or the UREC, to uphold ethical standards. The researchers gathered data through the following procedures. First, the researchers selected 8 registered hotels in the city of Parañaque as listed in the Business Permit and Licensing Office. Second, the researchers surveyed a total of 175 hotel guests using simple random sampling. And finally, the researchers utilized quantitative approach using 5-point Likert scale questionnaires distributed through online and face-to-face. Moreover, what data gathered were sought to be sufficient to address the study's questions. Findings of the study indicated that among the 175 respondents, 90 were female, 78 were male, 6 were part of the LGBTQ+ community, and 1 preferred not to say. The majority with a frequency of 99 were aged between 21 to 30 years old, and most guests stayed for leisure with a frequency of 95, mostly for 1 to 3 days with a frequency of 150. Additionally, guests strongly agreed that sustainable practices were evident in guest rooms with a mean of 4.32, food and beverage services with a mean of 4.28, public areas with a mean of 4.22, miscellaneous with a mean of 4.32, and transportation with a mean of 3.65. Moreover, the study found moderate guest awareness mean of 4.02 but high satisfaction mean 4.31 with sustainability initiatives. The idea that sustainability can improve the overall guest satisfaction and brand loyalty is further supported by the high satisfaction level of guests' preference to return to the hotel as a result of clear communication and evident sustainability initiatives. Furthermore, there is a significant correlation between sustainable practices and guest awareness, except food and beverages, with a p-value of 0.169, and there is also a significant correlation between sustainable practices and guest satisfaction, except transportation, with a p-value of 0.149. These results highlight the significance of maintaining and improving sustainable practices by indicating that the majority of them have a positive impact on visitor awareness and satisfaction. The findings highlight that integrating and clearly communicating sustainability initiatives not only enhances guest satisfaction, but also strengthens brand loyalty. Moreover, practical implications include the following areas. First area is the Department of Tourism. They must strengthen promotions of sustainable hotels through visible campaigns to attract more environmentally conscious guests. And second, they must offer sustainability training programs and accreditation and certifications. For the city government of Parañaque, they must establish and enforce sustainability policies and standards to encourage the hotels to lessen their carbon footprints. Second is to monitor the sustainability compliance of the hotels and give environmental certifications. And for the hotels in the city, specifically the selected hotels in the city, they must enforce sustainability in the hotel's operation that can retain and attract guests. And sustainability results in higher guest satisfaction that may lead to brand loyalty. The study concluded that there is a need in the following. First is enhanced communication strategies to improve guest awareness using signages and digital platforms that promote sustainability such as water and energy conservation reminders. Second, encourage guest involvement such as eco-friendly programs and responsible tourism activities that can foster greater awareness and advocacy. Third, improve food and beverage services using sustainable food production practices and locally sourced products. Fourth, eco-friendly transportation options receive lower recognition with a mean of 3.65, indicating an area for improvement. Hotels should promote sustainable transportation using shuttle services to lessen the usage of private cars in the road. The research emphasized a vital truth. Sustainability is no longer a mere option for the hospitality industry. It is imperative. One step forward is a step to be verified as responsible hospitality. Every step towards sustainability, no matter how small, creates a ripple effect that benefits the hospitality industry, the community, and the earth. That ends my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Ocampo.
Imagine a
Very
world where
positive
the
results
air is
for
clean,
sustainable
water is
practices and
abundant, energy is
satisfaction
sufficient,
in
and an
selected hotels
industry
in
full of
Parañaque
life and
City.
opportunity.
And of course, for
Fascinating,
the
isn't it? In the
last
midst of
but not
resources,
the least
person, and
presenter, we have Mr. Chen Lushan for the paper titled The Role of Artificial Intelligence in Enhancing Customer Experience, a case study of smart hotels in Hangzhou. The floor is yours now.
Good afternoon. This is Chen Lushan, a student from Masha University, Malaysia. The topic of my paper I want to share today is the role of artificial intelligence in enhancing customer experience, a case study of smart hotels in Hangzhou. This is abstract of my paper, and there are 4 parts in my today's presentation. The first part is research background and significance. Research background consists of 2 aspects. The first one is current state of the hotel industry. The hotel industry faces fierce competition with the increasing diversification and personalization of consumer demands. Traditional hotel service models can no longer meet customer expectations. Smart hotels has emerged as a result and offer guests an entirely new experience. They have become an important direction for innovation and development in the hotel industry. And the second one is the emergence of AI technology. In recent years, AI technology has developed rapidly and has demonstrated great potential in many fields. Its powerful capabilities in data analysis, intelligent decision making, and automated processing, providing strong support for the hotel industry to optimize service process, improve operational efficiency, and enhance customer satisfaction. This has prompted the hotel industry to actively explore application scenarios for AI technologies. And as for the research significance, there are theoretical contributions and the practical value. This study focuses on smart hotels in Hangzhou and deeply analyzed the mechanism by which AI technologies enhance customer experience. It enriched the theoretical research in the field of hotel management regarding the interrogation of technology and service. It provides a new perspective and empirical evidence for subsequent related studies, helping to improve the theoretical system of hotel service innovation. And as for the practical value, the research results can offer practical AI application strategies and suggestions for hotel managers. It can help managers accurately grasp customer needs, allocate technological resources reasonably, and effectively enhance the market competitiveness of their hotels. This promotes the sustainable development of the smart hotel industry and drive the overall improvement of service levels in the hotel sector. And the second part of my presentation is methodology. A mixed method approach was adopted in this study. One is quantitative research. So customer reviews from mainstream Chinese travel platforms such as Ctrip, Meituan, and Fliggy are selected as data sources. These platforms has a large user base and a wide variety of reviews that can truly reflect the evaluations of different customer groups regarding the AI services of smart hotels. This provides a sufficient and representative basis for quantitative analysis. And the other method is qualitative research method. In-depth interviews are conducted with managers of multiple smart hotels in Hangzhou. They are directly involved in the operational management and decision-making of hotels and have a comprehensive and in-depth understanding of the application of AI technologies in their establishments. They can share experience and insights from multiple dimensions such as strategic planning, technology selection, and implementation processes, providing valuable qualitative information for the study. And the third part is the results. And first one, we can find that AI technology enhances customer experience. For example, the personalized recommendation services, the intelligent chatbots, and the automated check-in systems. For example, the personalized recommendation services By analyzing customers' booking history and preferences, the AI system of smart hotels can accurately push room types, dining options, and surrounding tourist attractions that match customers' tastes. These make customers feel cared for and effectively enhances their anticipation and satisfaction before checking. It provides a customized service experience even before customer enter the hotel. And we can also find AI technology improves operational efficiency, like the data-driven decision-making and the intelligent equipment management. As for the data-driven decision-making, the AI technology can collect and analyze hotel operational data in real time, such as room occupancy rates and customer feedback. It provides precise decision-making basis for hotel managers. Manager can optimize resource allocation based on this data, such as arranging housekeeping and purchasing catering ingredients more efficiently. This improves operational efficiency and reduces costs, enabling refined management. And the other one is intelligent equipment management. Various devices in smart hotels are interconnected through AI system. Equipment failures can be automatically warned and accurately located. Maintenance personnel can respond quickly and fix the issue, reducing downtime and ensuring smooth hotel operations. This also reduces equipment maintenance costs and extends their lifespan. And lastly, we also face lots of challenges. One is the data privacy issues, and the other one is pressure of technology updates. So, as for the data privacy issues, hotels collect a large amount of personal information from customers for AI services. This is a risk of data leakage during storage and transmission. If data is leaked, customer privacy will be compromised and the hotel's reputation will be damaged. Customer trust will decline, affecting the hotel's long-term development. And as for the pressure of the technology updates, AI technology is developing rapidly, and the hotel needs to continuously invest in updating equipment and system to maintain competitiveness. The cost of technology updates is high and the process is complex. It requires a high level of technical expertise from the hotel's technical team. And now we come to the fourth part of today's presentation, that is conclusion. So we have two research conclusions. One is the importance of AI technology, and the other one is the challenges and the responses.
All right, I'm sorry,
The
Ms.
study
Lucia.
shows that
Your 10
AI
minutes is
technology
over.
plays a key role
Thank
in
you so
enhancing
much.
customer experience and
It is
operational
very
efficiency
clear,
in
of
smart
course,
hotels in
that
Hangzhou.
we cannot control the AI transformation, especially in the hotel industry. All we have to do is to embrace it and embrace the technology. That will be all. Thank you so much and good afternoon.
All right. Thank you so much to our session chair, Dr. Marilyn Isip, and of course to all of our presenters for the technical session 2. Thank you so much as well for your hard work. And now, before we proceed with the question and answer session, we shall award the certificates first. So may I invite our conference co-chair, Dr. Said, and our executive director at Academia Research Lab, Engineer Suchismita Priyadarsani, our keynote speaker for day 2, Dr. Yana Korn, our reactor for today, Dr. Tom, to assist us with the awarding of certificates. So the certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Marilyn Isip in grateful acknowledgement and participation as session chair during the Second Globe Summit. So the certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Marilyn Isip in grateful acknowledgement and participation as session chair during the Second Globe Summit. So that's how I sound. So the certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. Marilyn Isip in grateful acknowledgement and participation as session chair during the Second Globe Summit. So that's how I sound. So the certificate of recognition is awarded to Dr. in grateful acknowledgement. Oh my God, who's speaking? So you got 3 certificates in total, ma'am. Amazing. No, just kidding aside, that's kind of scary though. The certificate of recognition is awarded to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus for their active participation and outstanding contributions as co-host for the Second Globe Summit. And to
Amazing.
No, just kidding aside, that's kind of scary though. The certificate of recognition is well, this is what happens when you go live, right? Yes. Is it all good now? Going back, so to receive the award or the certificate are Sir Jefferson Serrano and Ma'am Mila Joy Martinez. And of course, to receive this plaque of appreciation, this is being awarded to the Honorable Mayor Eric L. Olivares of City of Parañaque, Philippines, in grateful recognition of his support and assistance with our delegates from Parañaque City, Philippines. And of course, to receive on behalf is none other than the head of Parañaque City Tourism Office, our very own guest speaker of the day, Mr. Mel Alipoon. All right, there you go. Our local government unit truly deserves recognition for their outstanding support. And we also have the plaque of appreciation is being awarded to Honorable Mayor Maria Rosario Ochoa Montejo, the City Mayor of Municipality of Pulilan, Bulacan, Philippines. So to receive the award on her behalf is Director Isip and Dr. Bernardo. We shall now move on to the certificate of presentation. This certificate of presentation is awarded to Walid Askarzai of Western Sydney University, Australia, for his paper Virtual Tourism, Virtual Tourist Outlook. With his co-author, Dr. Saeed Ahmed, Arvinder Singh, and Kaniz Selim. The same certificate of presentation is awarded to Ira K. Mahinay and her co-authors Rica May Domingo, Hannah Joyce Merino, and Professor Mila Joy Martinez, who will be receiving on their behalf. And the same certificate of presentation is awarded to Julina Bakur, Mary Joy Austria, Mary Nor de los Santos, and their co-author, Mila Joy Martinez. And the same certificate of presentation is awarded to Sofia Nicole Ocampo, Mickey Joy Salazar, Mizinet Villaverde, and their co-author, Ms. Mila Joy Martinez. And Dr. Alejandro Magnaye of Parañaque City College, Philippines. So these students were supposed to join us on site, but for some unforeseen circumstances, they were not able to join us here today, but they're with us virtually. This certificate of presentation is awarded to Elizabeth Muturi of International College of Management, Sydney, Australia, for her paper, Sowing Seeds of Sustainable Hospitality, Impact of Agritourism in New South Wales. With her co-author, Dr. Sayed Ahmed. There you have it. Thank you so much to our presenters. So we shall now proceed with the distribution of the certificate of participation for our dear participants here. The certificate of participation is awarded to Dr. Arvinder Singh of ASA Institute of Higher Education, Australia. The same certificate of participation is awarded to Caitlin Turner of Communicare, Australia. Certificate of participation is awarded to Myla G. Hernandez from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. Certificate of participation is also awarded to Jefferson Serrano from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. Once again, certificate of participation is awarded to Jefferson Serrano of PUP Parañaque City Campus, Philippines. Certificate of participation is awarded to Kaniz Selim of Universal Business School, Sydney, Australia. All right. Thank you so much, doctors, for joining us on the certificate of distribution. And to our virtual presenters, we will be providing your e-certificates on your respective email addresses. Thank you so much for presenting with us. And we shall now proceed with the question and answer session for technical session 2. So it's up to you. How many questions will you ask to our presenters? Do we have a question, feedback, or any suggestions for from our virtual? Do you have any questions? You may raise your hand and we will unmute you. I think we have Miss Ami Katugda raising her hand. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kuya. Okay, this is regarding, this is not a question to you. I just want to comment on the presentation of perspective from PUT regarding with PWG. So, of the city government of Philippines, we all know that LGU plays active role in the implementation of laws that promote accessibility and support person with disabilities. And one of the possible actions that city government can take to ensure CWD-friendly facilities and services is to conduct accessibility audits. City government of Parañaque, through the help of Person with Disability Office, the FIDO Office of Parañaque, should perform regular audits of public buildings, transportation facilities, and other establishments to assess their compliance with accessibility laws of the Republic of Number 7270 and Batas Panggal Your Bill 344. This
Ma'am,
audit can
Ami, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut off, but you
Yes?
are not coming in clearly on our end. By any chance, is it okay if you type in your question?
Yeah. Am I audible now? Am I audible now?
Can you please try again, ma'am?
Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, but it's not coming clearly on our end. Everything sounds mumbled.
Okay, I just clicked it on the chat box.
Okay, thank you. So we
Thank
shall
you.
entertain other question at this time first. Who has question for our virtual presenters?
Not so much a question, but more of an observation on the research on passenger satisfaction of the Beijing to Guangzhou high-speed rail. And that looked at your sample group, 21 to 30-year-olds. Having been to train stations from Changchun in the north to Kunming in the south, I found them quite comfortable. Yet the majority of these 21 to 30-year-olds wanted more comfortable seating. I'm wondering what they're expecting, massage chairs, or I just find them a little indulgent to be asking for more comfortable seating. They're quite adequate. And entertainment, they wanted more entertainment, and I think this is more typical of the 21 to 30-year-olds. And again, I don't know what they wanted as far as entertainment. Big screens, live sporting events at train stations, I'm not quite sure. But that's just the observations when I listened to what you had to say about it. Also, lastly, technology and diverse payments. I know that you can pay in train travel on WeChat, on Alipay, and every person in China has both of those platforms. So again, I don't know what the young people between 21 and 30 want as far as diverse payments. At my age, I just want to go and buy a ticket. I can't deal with technology, but they're a different breed. That was all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tom. Do we have the question already in the chat box? Yes,
Yeah.
there's no question. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. If that question lead I to answer to that, I noticed that just now the doctor just how to say?
Dr. Tom has provided an observation with her
Yeah,
paper.
with the data and the age from 20 to 30. Yeah. I know I need to modify the again to do some questionnaire and get some more detail. Yeah.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not questioning your research. It's just an observation of what young people want nowadays. They tend to be a little bit indulgent, is my observation. So it was typical, I think, of any response anywhere in the world from people that are 21 to 30. They just seem to
Yes.
want a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Not criticizing your research.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Xiao. And I think that's it. We can wrap it up for this session, right? It has been a long day for everyone, I would say. But yeah, we're almost at the end of our day one. At this juncture, we shall now announce the winners of our first day for the second Globe Summit. So the scores have been tallied. Okay, we have the question. Yeah, we can accommodate that one for the last time. Yes. Okay, we shall. Can we please oh, this is long. This is not a question, but a possible action of the city government of Parañaque to conduct accessibility audits. The city government of Parañaque, through the Office of Person with Disability Affairs Office, should perform regular audits of public buildings, transportation facilities, and other establishments to assess their compliance with accessibility laws such as Republic Act 7277 and Batas Pambansa 344. These audits can help identify areas that require improvements, such as the installation of ramps, accessible restrooms, and proper signage. Yeah, I definitely agree. Our establishment should really be friendly for our brothers and sisters with disability. So a regular audit would definitely be helpful. Thank you so much, Ma'am Ami, for your insights. Much, much appreciated. Going back, at this juncture, we shall now announce the most awaited awards for the day one presenters. We have 3 awards for today, namely the Young Scholar Award, Best Paper Presentation, and Best Paper. And we shall begin with the Young Scholar Award. The Young Scholar Award will be selected or has been selected from our student presenters. And the drum roll is not rolling. But on the top of my mind, it's already rolling right now with so much intensity. No, I'm just trying to make you laugh. Going back, our Young Scholar Award goes to Miss Sophia Nicole Ocampo on her paper, The Relationship of Sustainable Practices with Guest Awareness and Satisfaction in Selected Hotels in Parañaque City. To receive her award is her research advisor and co-author. Just the coach. Okay, I stand corrected. To receive the award is her coach, Miss Mila Joy Martinez. Congratulations, Sophia. Can you please turn on your camera? She's wearing a Filipiniana, the national costume of the Philippines. Congratulations. I wish you were here with us today. Congratulations once again. Truly, truly deserving. We shall now proceed with the Best Paper Award. And the Best Paper Award goes to Dr. Siddharth Jain of his research paper, Navigating Climate Resilience, the Role of Climate Adaptability in Shaping Tourism GDP. To receive the award on his behalf is Dr. Tom Denigan from Australia. And our last award, but definitely not the least, is the Best Paper Presentation. And the Best Paper Presentation goes to Orekat Ferraz on his research paper, Field Excursions as Pedagogical Tools in Tourism and Hospitality Higher Education, a Comprehensive Study. To receive the award is Dr. Saeed Ahmed. All right, congratulations to all of our presenters and to all the awardees. Congratulations, much deserving.
Good evening, everyone. So, whole day someone had entertained you throughout, and we are very grateful from Team Academia. He belongs to Team Academia actually. So, uh, it's it's his passion and it's his nature of be making people comfortable. So the thing, what he does, we have put into best. And as he is also a part of research community, he understands our requirement and our activities very well. So this is a part of Christopher, John Christopher. I'm not elaborating much because I know you all are willing to go out and have some other activities to do. And it was a long tiring day. Thank you, John, for being with us. And I am very, very heartfully grateful to you for these things you are doing for your organization, for us, and for the research community. Thank you. And before thank you, you also need to have few things which I will give personally. But in front of everyone. Please come. Which one is more satisfying for you? This one, or this one?
To be here in Thailand is both an honor.
Universe rather.
Hello, Oh my God, I love my bosses. No, just kidding aside, I am extremely grateful to Academia Research Lab, especially to engineers such as Mita and engineer Darshan. They literally changed the trajectory of my life at this point. You know, I nagdrama. Serving drama. No, just to give a quick maybe an inspiring story to everyone, you know. I did not come from a well-off family, so I didn't have the means to travel before. And I was a working student when I was at the university. So I never really thought that I'll get this chance to, you know, to fly abroad, to do what I love the most, which is talking. Definitely you can see I love talking at this point. But yeah, thank you so much to Academia Research Lab for providing me such big opportunities. They have flown me to several countries and hoping for more someday. Yeah. And maraming salamat po. Mabuhay. And with that, we officially conclude the first day of the Second Globe Summit. I know you guys are tired, but I know that you feel fulfilled, that you have shared your research with us. And as I always say, us researchers, our end goal should not be publication only. It should be impact. It should be how we are able to contribute to the development and sustainable world, a more sustainable and inclusive world. So, as we say in Filipino, maraming salamat po to everyone who have joined us, and kap kun kam to everyone who have went here in Thailand, and congratulations. We hope to see you on the second day of the Second Globe Summit live here at the Radisson Resort and Suites in Phuket, Thailand. And we shall take a group picture together here, because this is a moment worth remembering, definitely. And we have an exciting announcement. Yes, we have upcoming conferences, 3 more conferences this year. So we'll have the 4th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society in New Delhi, India this December. So we hope that you can join us. That's the 4th ISMAS. And we also have 2 conferences in the Philippines this September. So October, sorry. So we have the 3rd ICME and the 4th ICMSS. So this is a conference on social sciences, management, education, and emerging technologies. So we hope to see you there. So take note, we have an October conference in the Philippines and a December conference in India. Namaste. Diba? Hindi lang mabuhay. Sige, picture po muna tayo and we shall disembark. Per kidding aside po, maraming salamat for staying with us. I know that we have gone off the planned time, so really appreciate your efforts to stay with us until this very end of time. I hope it's not raining so we can all go out and see Phuket, right? I want to see the beach. And I'm still talking. Can we stay, please? And may we invite our virtual participants to turn on their cameras? Just 19 pictures more. 19.5? 19.5? Virtual presenters, can you please turn on your cameras po? I know it's already late in the Philippines because we are 1 hour advance. And Thailand is behind. Yeah. And my team, oh my God, my team, I almost forgot. Academia Research Lab team, can you please turn on your cameras? We always see each other in Zoom. Maybe soon we can see each other. Perfect. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow. Or not. Maybe next.
O, sige, ira po yun. Ay, si ano pa na.
Okay, perfect. Ma'am, Sir Mel will be presenting some contest. He will be going with us. And then,
Yeah, we can try that. Because whenever I put two inputs into that direction, yeah, because I need two inputs, one from the mic and one from the system. Once I do that, then let's get it. Yeah, this is for but today we don't. No, it is not. It is very good. I have also used 3 or 4 interfaces. This one is the AG03, the model number.
After
And you have your gain input, you have plus your noise input. You can control the gain.
Para mapalit po. Wala.
No. Yes.
And then, look,
Yes.
so. Level? See this? That's good.
Second one. Second one.
Yeah, okay, so this runs those, okay.
And the output to the speaker from there. And my issue is I need from two things. One zoom. Okay. So zoom is coming to this is the zoom. And in the same time it's the output. So whatever input is possible hearing, it is reflecting to the room. So we can have a direct communication. Okay. And the thing we have not, I'm not able to hear, not able to hear that. Yeah, this is the. No, no, it's USB, simple USB.
You have one except that one another together.
But the thing is that will create. Going on making noises. Yeah. The sound quality is bit compromised, bit.
Well, sound quality has effect on, because we run one channel with effect on everything, so I'll just take that off, then mixing on, everything will be like this.
Got it. This, actually, I was not, I didn't do it purposefully. I was saying that.
So these yellow ones here put effect on everything.
Okay.
So eliminate that.
Okay.
My supplementor when I go back. That time no. But right now, you feel like you're more.
I think it's already I have